Okay, let's get started. I want to welcome everyone to the December 11th, 2018 hearings before the Baltimore Municipal and Zoning Appeals Board. A few preliminary items before we get started. Please turn off your cell phones, or at least turn them to vibrate. Also, if you have the need to have a conversation with anyone, please take that conversation outside into the hallway. The reason being that cell phones and conversations are not only disruptive to the proceedings that we have here, but they also interfere with the recording of this proceeding. We're going to call the cases generally as they appear on the docket. When we call your case, the appellant will stand to my left. Anyone in opposition will stand to my right. The procedure will be that the appellant will go first, state his or her case. The opposition will then have the opportunity to state their opposition to the case, and then we will end that particular proceeding with the appellant summing up and addressing any comments made by the opposition. We're going to vote on the appeals that are being heard today at the end of the docket, and anyone who wants to stay certainly may and listen to our deliberations, or otherwise you can call the office tomorrow and get our decision. And I'll give you the phone number, and I'll give it to you twice so you can write it down. It's 410-396-4301. And again, 410-396-4301. Police do not build in Baltimore City without the proper permits, and we expect that our written decisions in the cases we are hearing today will be published in about 2 weeks or so. Okay. Next, I want to address cases for which opposition is signed in for. In a number of cases, we have found that opposition arises because the parties have not had the opportunity to talk to each other. We want to give that opportunity to the parties today. So I'm going to call the numbers of the cases for which opposition is signed in. All you have to do is stand up, and then we'll ask if you want to have the opportunity to talk. So. First case for which opposition is signed in is 2018-370, 1623 to 1633 East Lombard Street. Who's here for that case?
Applicants here with council and members of the community here.
Have you all had the opportunity to talk?
We have.
Do you want another opportunity to talk?
No.
No. Fine. Thank you very much. 2018-379, 1833 to 1845 North Melton Street. Have you all had the opportunity to talk? Yes. Okay. Any other discussions worthwhile? No. All right. Looks like I'm striking out here today. 2018-401, 5601 Wayne Avenue. Who's here? Have you all had the chance to talk?
Yes, and we resolved it.
You've resolved it?
Yes.
We like to hear that. Thank you. 2018-413, 2106 East Pratt Street. Have you guys had the chance to talk? Any reason to have more discussions? Okay, thank you. And those are the cases. 403. We have another one that just signed in. 2018-404 Buena Vista Avenue. Have you all had the chance to talk?
Yes, but we want further discussion.
Okay, so you guys will go ahead and talk? Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to call the cases for which the zoning board has reviewed the cases and believe we have sufficient information to approve the appeal. I'm going to call a number of cases at one time. I would ask you to start lining up to my left and line up continual to my left, and then we'll have everyone sworn in at the same time. The first case on the consent docket is 2018-396, 2401 Fleetwood Avenue. Next case, 2018-379, 1619 Race Street.
397, right?
Oops, 97.
397.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2018-397, 1619 Race Street. Race Street, okay. Next, 2018-399, 4415 Falls Road. Next, 2018 4328 to 4334 Erdman Avenue. 2018-402, 3400 Old York Road. 2018-403, 4101 to 4126 Ricestown Road. 2018-405, 2 Beechdale Road. 2018-408, 902 Binney Street. 2018-410, 3001 Hudson Street. 2018-412, 2900 Chestnut Avenue. And last but not least, 4-415, 1238 Asquith Street. Okay, is everybody up? Everyone who is going to provide testimony, we're going to get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. First case, 2018-396, 2401 Fleetwood Avenue. Can you state your name, please?
Teron Matthews.
Nicole Matthews.
And you're the appellant in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have staff reports?
Yes, thank you. Martin French for the Baltimore City Planning Department. The department has reviewed this application and notes that because this is a request to establish a daycare center, the property is in need of having a passenger loading zone, if at all possible, designated at this site. The department recommends approval of the application, subject to the condition that the applicant requests consideration of establishment of a passenger loading zone on either Fleetwood Avenue or Traymore Road by the Parking Authority of Baltimore City.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this is to use as a 28-care child daycare center, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are the conditions from the planning department acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay. Zoning Board, having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, 2018-397, 1619 Race Street. State your name, please.
Russell Gronsky.
Russell, what?
Gronsky, Gronsky.
Nathan Naiman.
Okay, and we have this to construct two-story rear addition with rear and rooftop decks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Staff reports?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Okay. Zoning Board staff, having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 2018-399, 4415 Falls Road. State your name, please.
Jacqueline Bay.
And Ms. Bay, we have this to use first floor as cafe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And staff reports?
Planning Department has reviewed this application and is recommending approval. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bay, on the use of this property, this is not going to be a carryout. This is going to be an eat-in store. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you be willing to accept the condition that it not be used primarily for a carryout, but that it be used as an eat-in store? Obviously, people can take food out, but not as the primary use. Is that
Yes.
acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. With that condition, the zoning board, having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
2018-400, 4328 to 4334 Urban Avenue.
Yes.
Could you state your name, please?
Kirk Bridgeforth.
And
I couldn't. Bridgeforth?
Bridgeforth.
Mr. Bridgeforth, are you the owner of the property?
No, sir.
And what's your relationship to this property?
Renting space.
Okay. And we have this to use portion known as 4328 as church exempt primary and secondary school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do we have staff reports?
Yes, Planning Department has reviewed this application and has no objection to its approval. Thank you.
Okay. Zoning Board, having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, 2018-402, 3400 York Road.
Old York.
Old York Road, correct. You state your name, please?
Natalia Brusilevsky.
And Ms.
Help with that one?
Sure.
First or last or both?
Both.
Natalya, Natalya Brusilovsky.
Ms. Brusilinski, what is your relationship to this property?
I own it.
You own it. Very good. And we have just to construct one-story rear addition, correct? Correct. Do we have any staff reports?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Zoning Board, having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
2018-403, 4101 to 4126 Ricestown Road. State your name, please.
Devang Joshi. I can help you with that too.
Back off
Read
the
to
mic.
Joshi.
One time.
Sorry.
Back off the mic so I can't hear anything.
Okay.
Noise. What is your name?
Devang Joshi. Devang. Last name Joshi. Jos is in Sam. Hi.
And I'm Ritu, Ritu, in the same last name.
And what is your relationship to the property?
We're leasing it, sir.
You're leasing, okay. And we have just to use portion known as 4101 for furniture store, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great. Do we have staff reports?
Yes, thank you. Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that this property is located within the Park Heights Urban Renewal Plan area. The department recommends approval of the application be subject to the condition that all signs installed on the new furniture store comply with standards contained in the Park Heights Urban Renewal Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And are those conditions from the planning department acceptable to you?
Yes, sir.
Great. With that, the zoning board having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
2018-405, 2 Beachdale Road.
Brian Kowalczyk,
Thank you very much. And we have, the-
Last name?
Kowalczyk.
What was your first name?
Brian with an I.
and we have this to construct one-story rear addition. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. Any staff reports?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Zoning board having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 2018-408, 902 Binney Street. I'll call it one more time, 2018-408, 902 Binney Street, Mike Coster. All right, next case, 2018-410, 3001 Hudson Street.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. State your name, please.
Nate Prettle on behalf of Mr. Zielinski.
Great. And do we have any staff reports? We have, let me just, to construct second floor rear addition and to increase from 2 dwelling units to, but I believe to 3, but I believe that's been changed to 2 dwelling units, is that correct?
That's correct. Revised plans have been submitted. The request is no longer to increase the number of dwelling units. It's solely for the rear addition, second floor rear addition.
Okay. Okay. Now, do we have any staff reports?
Planning Department has no objection to approval of the amended application. Thank you.
Great. Zoning board having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
And stay where you are. 2018-412, 2900 Chestnut Avenue.
Mr. Berry handling.
Mr. Berry.
Here with the owners and applicants.
Great, thank you. And we have this to use entire premises as office, is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. Any staff reports?
Hold on. Yes. Planning Department has reviewed this application and recommends approval, subject to the condition that all signs on this property are installed in accordance with requirements contained in the zoning code. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Under those conditions, is that condition acceptable to you?
Yes.
Great. The zoning board having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you very much.
And last, 2018-415, 1238 Asquith Street.
Martin Francois.
And Mr. Francois, we have this to use first floor as office and clothing store, correct?
First floor is clothing boutique. The second floor would be office and commercial space.
Okay, so let me, so the first floor is
The clothing boutique.
Okay. And the second floor is the office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we have any staff reports?
Yes, thank you. Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that this property is located within the Oliver Neighborhood Development Plan urban renewal area, which does establish certain standards for signage. The property is certainly qualified to be used for a neighborhood commercial establishment. The Department of Planning recommends approval of the application be subject to the condition that all signs are installed in accordance with plans approved by the Planning Department consistent with the design standards contained in the Oliver NDP urban renewal plan. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Baumgartner, does the change that was mentioned here cause us any problems?
It doesn't require, it doesn't cause any problems. I would just note that the floor plans submitted for the second floor show bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, master bedroom. So you had said that an office is going to be on the second floor?
For the, both of the rooms will be used for.
And we had
office
spoken about
events.
this earlier, but
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's important that whatever floor plans are submitted match what you're requesting. So in this case, it's not a problem because both uses are allowed under the code.
Okay.
But, you know, again, you're saying second floor office, and the plans you submitted say bedroom, bathroom, kitchen.
Okay.
So, but with that explanation and caveat, there's nothing, the code allows both uses on both floors of the property.
Okay, all right. And are the conditions from the Planning Department acceptable to you?
Yes, sir.
Great. The Zoning Board having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Signage under the urban renewal.
first case. First case, 2018-370, 1623 to 1633 East Lombard Street.
Get your name before we start.
Sure. Stephen Tiedemann, Tiedemann. I'm
D-I-E.
Tiedemann. I'm Chief Business Officer, General Counsel to Power Recovery. Kim Wireman is here, W-I-R-E-M-A-N, CEO of Power Recovery.
Okay. Let's get everyone who's going to provide testimony sworn in, please.
My name is Yasmin Perkins.
One
Oh,
second.
sorry.
Your right hand, please.
Oh, sorry.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
When you use the mic, just be 3-4 inches off. I can't hear anything when it's. No problem.
And Mr. Tiedemann, we have this to use for residential care facilities, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great. Do we have staff reports?
Yes. First, we have a letter from the Washington Hill Community Association. They write that we are the neighborhood association whose boundaries include this address. We want the board to know that we do not have a categorical, not in my backyard opposition to treatment facilities like Power Recovery being located in our community. In fact, over the last year, our community has reached out to the center to attempt to improve relationships between the center and the community. Unfortunately, the center did not inform the community about this project. Since the community was not informed, they've had no opportunity to meet with the representatives, to ask questions, to understand the project, and we respectfully request a postponement of the hearing for at least 60 days. Let's see, if the board will not grant a postponement, the community has no choice but to oppose the appeal because the community was kept in the dark. The community has seen no evidence why the conditional use should be approved. And we also have a letter from Councilman Robert Stokes in support of the community's request for postponement. Does planning have a report?
Well, before we do that, Mr. Tiedemann, what's your position on a postponement?
We can't do a postponement. We
Okay.
can't, for a whole host of financial as well as our residential space in the wintertime and our treatment
Okay.
capacity, so.
Okay, let's continue with staff reports.
Thank you. Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that this property is contained within the Washington Hill Historic District. As a result of that, any exterior changes to the property require approval by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. The department basically could not find sufficient information to allow determination of the parking requirement that might be associated with the proposed use. However, it's noted that the current condition of the property does not offer any place for off-street parking. All that said, the department recommends that approval of the application be subject to the condition that all exterior changes, including additions, demolitions, alterations, and signs, are completed in accordance with an authorization to proceed issued by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other staff reports? Mr. Tiedemann, if we were to approve this, are those conditions acceptable to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. So why don't you tell us about your project and address the parking?
Well, could I pass up to?
Sure.
I have 4 copies of a bench memorandum, which is fairly comprehensive. I provide.
You have
I
a
guess
copy
3
for the opposition?
I provided 3 copies. Here's another one if somebody that still wants one, that you can take it with you. So I'm going to start off by attempting to address what I think will be the residents' objection and address directly the letter issue that the board heard being read. So first of all, we asked the board to consider that we're asking for an increase from 16 beds to essentially 24 to 30 beds. The 16 beds is already a permitted use in that area for a residential care facility, and we're essentially asking, because of the size of the building, be able to use it more efficiently and increase that to 24 or 30 beds. We think that 24 to 30 is the number that would work. I note that in the floor plan that was provided with our application, we actually had 4 bays of bunk beds. In fact, it's going to turn out that the front bay is actually going to be television and relaxation area for the residents, and the other areas will contain somewhere between 24 and 30 people. The initial application had 32 people, potentially 8 in each of the 4 bays inside. The property, let me back up. You know, we have had cooperation with the Washington Hill Community Association, and we certainly apologize that this appears to be something that we were hiding or not doing, or somehow it snuck on them. It certainly wasn't our intent. We'll tell the board that, and I think they'll agree, that back in January we had some complaints because we had acquired 6 North Broadway, and we're using that as office space as well as outpatient treatment. And the residents were concerned because there was a lot more people coming and going, and there's residences right across the street in a condo area, and so that was a concern to them. And we've been cooperating for the past 10 months, going to board meetings and volunteering and helping out and doing things with fundraising for them and trying to be good neighbors. This was not an attempt to get something behind them. In fact, there's 2 things at play here. Number one, we are not planning on increasing the number of clients that we have. It's not like we have an influx of new clients coming in. Our goal is to take some of our outpatient clients and move them from outpatient, which requires them to come and go on Broadway, and some of the prior complaints of the community association. We have vans and buses that pick up our patients. We provide free crisis housing to the homeless people that are coming to our location, and they then are transported by us to housing that we provide free of charge because we're a nonprofit. So now that we're moving 20 people, 30 people, we're going to be moving them to residential care right around the corner. Those people are locked down. I don't mean to say it's a prison, it's not, but the point is there is a fence around the backyard. They're not allowed to come and go. And one of the points raised in the Planning Commission's letter was, are they allowed to drive? No. They come, they check in, they stay for their residential treatment, and they're not allowed to leave. They eat there, they sleep there. So again, the community's concern initially about our outpatient people coming and going, transients in the neighborhood. And of course, it's always been our position that the transients in the neighborhood are not really our clients. They may be attracted by our clients, but it's not really our clients that are in treatment because those are taken off-site to crisis housing. So in any event, our goal was to get them off of Broadway, which is where we do the outpatient treatment, and into residential treatment, which has a much less traffic and pedestrian footprint because, again, the people are locked down in that one building. The area which I ask you to consider, there's photographs. of the building in Exhibit A, which is attached, and it is a abandoned building that has now been taken over by us. It was used as a preschool, and then before that, we believe, as a drug testing laboratory. If you notice, it's a flat building. It's not a residential building by concept, at least, and it's on a block that literally on that side of the block really has nothing going on. There is an abandoned school which is right around the corner that is right next door to the west that is scheduled for demolition as part of the the Perkins Homes redevelopment area project. On the other side, there is a vacant lot that we use or will use for some parking and other things. Although we don't think we need more parking because, again, our patients don't drive and we're using the same staff that are already in the neighborhood for the outpatient treatments. There's no increase really in staff. But still, we do have parking available right there on that next lot that we...
How many employees do you have?
Total in the area? It varies. Where are we now?
I would say for downtown, we have 100, 125, something like that.
Well, I shouldn't say for the whole, I'm talking for this facility. I'm sorry. I
For
misled
this
you. Yeah.
facility, there would be, it's a 7/24 operation for the house monitor, so that's 2, plus during the day, there would be a counselor there, so you're talking 3.
Okay. So the other photographs that I've included here in the packet, in Exhibit B, you'll see the 7-Eleven to the east. You also see the condition of the area. Again, it's not a beautiful area. We tend to have what we think is the prettiest block in town because we have staff there, 5 block staff all day doing patrols of the area. We circle 2 or 3 blocks, about 1.5 miles all the way around the neighborhood, including Washington Hill, making sure that our clients or other people are not causing problems. And we also note that some of the other buildings that we show there, right behind the building, are boarded up. They're not being used. And then also we have the school, which there's a picture in Exhibit B showing that there are currently even some homeless individuals camped out on the school's loading dock back there. And so that's the building next to the building where we are. And we're hoping to improve the whole area. But again, I understand that we didn't think this was going to be a problem, and I'll tell you why, because it was already zoned for 16 beds of residential treatment. We were actually looking at it to try to increase it to 24 to 30. And again, our legitimate, honest goal was to pull people away from 6 North, to pull people down off of Broadway and move them around the corner. Now, if you look at the Exhibit C, which is a map of Washington Hill, you'll see there that at the very bottom of this Washington Hill area that I got this off of the city website, you'll notice this little nub that comes down and includes the block on which this building is located. In other words, for some reason, we don't know why, this little nub of a block sticks out of the bottom of Washington Hill. It's literally the farthest place south, away from all the residents in Washington Hill, that we could put our operations, this residential operations. And I have to tell you, that it may or may not be believed by some people, but this was a concern. If we're going to relocate somewhere on the block, can we get as far away from the residences? And we ask you also consider, when you look at those pictures, that you'll see that this is not even visible from the residences, which are beautiful homes up around the corner and up on Baltimore. At Exhibit D, I just asked you, there's some pictures of our block staff. These were not staged. We provide cleaning. We sweep that block constantly to make sure that it's clean, and we provide almost around the clock. I mean, we're not there from maybe
After 9.
After 9 p.m., our block staff retires, and over the weekend, we're there all day, just keeping people moving. Because we know that when we did have all this outpatient, you needed to keep people moving because the residents and others don't want people hanging around. Also, we've tried to be good neighbors. At Exhibit, I guess that's Exhibit D, I put pictures of the block staff. I put pictures of every year we do the Christmas decorations on this area. We call it, Latrobe Park, but it's this little area in the median. We do those things.
We landscaped it, too.
Oh, yeah, we re-landscaped it. I also included at Exhibit E some letters from local community leaders. The pastor at Lamb of Life Church, who is on our board, but the reason she's on our board is because that church is in Washington Hill. They're a neighborhood faith-based organization, obviously, and so we got her on our board. She's been on the board for 6 years, 5 years, something.
6 years,
About
yeah.
6 years. We also have some letter from a local outreach person in drugs, and we also have letters of support from the 7-Eleven, from the Broadway Liquor Store, which is on Broadway, from Crystal's Bridal, which is the owner, the bridal shop that's across the street on Broadway, but across Baltimore Street, and then also the what we call the Red Store, which used to be an adult cinema, right, or something years and years and years ago. It used to be the Apex or something. I don't know what it's called, but now it's a convenience store. We call it the Red Store because it's a big red awning out front. Again, I also included a letter that we sent back in January 15th of 2018 to the Community Association addressing their concerns. And then at the bottom, at the very end, Exhibit G, I put the PowerPoint that we made to the Community Association, setting forth all the great things that we do. And you read it, it makes it sound like we're wonderful people. But the one thing I would point out to you is that there is on here a description of the daily, multiple times a day that we patrol, not just our block, but the entire neighborhood. Again, nobody's armed and nobody's making arrests, but we've saved, I don't even know the number of lives with Narcan injections to people who are not our clients. And we tend to keep people who are not supposed to be just standing there moving because we know that it's a difficult situation. We're just asking to add 8 more people to this residential facility and continue our effort. And I personally, I think I can state for all the people at PRC, we certainly want to apologize and to anybody at the homeowner association that felt that they were cut out of this. I can tell you that legitimately it was our intent in doing this to respond to their concerns, to get things away from 6 North and down farther away from them. And I'll reserve after they make their comments.
Quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
Are the residents permitted to have automobiles or bicycles?
No. No, they are not allowed to go anywhere
Okay.
for that time. Now, again, our outpatient clients, that one of the concerns is that they come and go like crazy. Right, exactly. In this residential treatment, they're not allowed to leave. I mean, unless they submit a request to leave and they're discharged, and then somebody will have to come pick them up.
All right, so let's hear from the opposition. I'm sorry.
Yes.
2 things. You said several times 24 to 30.
Right.
Your application indicates 24.
No, I thought the application said 30, but I'm sorry if it only said 24.
So what are you saying today? What is it, 24 or 30?
Well, what I'd like to do is apply for the most amount that the fire department will let us put in there, but I think it's going to be.
You said add 8, because I just wrote that down. So the 8 and 16 is 24.
I mean, if that's what the board decides, that's fine. I mean, the issue, we think, again, respectfully, is that the use ought to be for whatever can safely be in there. There's no transportation or parking issues, but we will leave that to the board to decide what would be an appropriate number based on what you've heard and what you hear from the community.
And for the residential treatment, is it a set time for all the residents for their treatment programs, or does it vary?
I'm going to, Ms. Wireman, who's the clinician that runs everything, I'll let her take the stand.
Hi. First off, the residential treatments, the treatment groups are scheduled every day at the same time, and they would happen within the building.
Okay. So a resident goes in for a period of time for that treatment.
Yeah, we serve public health clients, so it's Medicaid. We have to receive pre-authorization for any client that we put in residential treatment. So we can't just put people in treatment. They have to be pre-approved by Medicaid. And then they're in for, typically, depending on the level of residential care, typically they're in for about 30 days. And then we have to review them with Medicaid. They may receive another 30 days. Typically, for this level of care, it's 60 days. And then they would step down to another level of care.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned also a fence that's behind the property. In the application, there's a photo that looks like this.
Yes, that's the fence.
Is this it?
Yes, sir. We would be submitting in the future, because of the limitation for the Historic Society or Historic Approval Board, we'd like to put a solid fence up because we're worried about people trying to pass drugs in through to the to the clients. So we would be proposing, and if it gets through the historical process, to put a more solid fence up there, and then that would be an area for them to come out and sit at a picnic table, smoke a cigarette, etc. But they're not allowed to come and go. They're there 24/7.
Okay, can you tell me how tall that fence is? Do you know?
It is over 6 foot tall. It's over my head, but I couldn't tell you. the
It's,
exact-
we just actually were out looking at it the other day, and one fella measured it. I think it's like 8, maybe 9 feet tall.
Okay, and there appears to be a door on this wall. Is that the only exit to that rear location?
No,
No,
there's not. You'll see,
there-
if you
yeah.
look at the separate structure in the
Here?
middle, yeah, there's a door just to the left of there, and then in that nook in the back corner.
Yeah, there's a door back there,
back a
sir.
little farther to your, there, right there, in that corner, there's a door facing outward.
Okay. But all of the methods of egress or exit empty into that
Yes, sir.
fenced area?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Okay.
There are three doors on the front of the building, which would be used for staff and coming and going.
All right, let's hear from the opposition. I'm sorry, did,
Might I
oh,
be able
sure,
to
I
say
thought you
something?
were finished.
I'm sorry, I just want to say that Powell Recovery Center has been in the community since 1994. We're not new. In 2012, we actually were members of the Washington Hill Community Association previously, prior to 2012. And then the Community Association, I don't want to speak for them, but I think they were a little more inactive. And so we hadn't heard from them. And in about 10 months ago, in January, we heard from them for the first time since 2012. And we responded. They had some concerns because we had purchased 6 North. We responded to their questions with a 14-page explanation and a 30-page PowerPoint. We agreed to meet with them and speak with them, which we did. At one of those meetings, I was personally asked, would you seek the community's permission before you purchase a building? And we explained to them that we'd have to agree to disagree on that we're required to do a great deal from a regulatory perspective, and we do that. We do what we're required to do, but that I couldn't obligate Powell to do anything more than we were legally required to do. We attended their meetings monthly. And we participated, and we're delighted to participate in their fundraising and to support their efforts in the community. And so when we posted, as we're legally required to do, the notice on this building, and we know that Baltimore City notifies stakeholders in the community, we believed that we had provided the notice for a vacant building on a vacant lot in the back of a 7-Eleven. That would be adequate. If we had had any idea that the community would have felt misled, we would happily have told them. When they contacted us on December 5th, we immediately wrote a letter back explaining just what we've explained to you, that we're responding to their concerns about our treatment at 6 North Broadway, and that we're not treating any new clients, and that we have a terrible epidemic. We want to cooperate with the community, as we always do. And we respectfully apologize for any ill feeling this has caused. But unfortunately, we couldn't postpone today because it would cost us a great deal of money, we believe. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now let's hear from the opposition.
Thank you all. As you know, these are just the community. My name is Yasmin, and I'm just one community member here. Yes. So we literally received this information on Wednesday at an event that we had from the Native American Baltimore Indian Museum Center. They actually owned the daycare that Powell purchased. They did not find out that Powell Recovery Center was indeed who they'd sold their daycare property to. They were unable to operate it anymore. They were due to funding, and they had to close it and sold it below cost significantly because of that. So they indicated to us that they didn't even know who was purchasing the building from them because they were told they got it from an attorney. The attorney, I'm assuming, is the gentleman to my right, and that they didn't know. So we did our digging, and that's how we found out from Powell. Kimberly is right. She did attend one of our meetings, and she did indeed let us know that they were not obligated to tell us anything. And I think that goes to the issue that most of us all have here is trust. And we've seen just how horrific the epidemic is, and it's happening in our community. I'm not sure why they were not involved or actively involved before 2012. I joined the community in 2013, and I can certainly say that everyone has been active. We've had a minimum of about 30 members at each one of our community association meetings, contrary to what the paper says. And you can actually see our councilmen and our councilwomen have been here and supported us in what we do. We are very active in making sure that we rebuild and keep the integrity of our community as well as the history of it. There have been several issues that we've dealt with them, and I'm not going to even go into all of that, but I can say that the information that you've been given today is hardly substantially accurate, from the cleaning of the streets being monitored to making sure that there's not a drug issue presence. You can look up the police reports and see how many overdoses have possibly occurred on the blocks where they are. I think most of our concern is not the fact that they are treating patients. Washington Hill, as you heard from our letter, doesn't have the not in my backyard policy or stance. We want to help with the crisis in any way, but we want to make sure that we're helping responsible organizations that are really concerned about the communities that they're serving and really concerned about the neighbors who are affected by it, as well as their patients. And I think that demonstrated today by the need to not want to postpone to even meet with the community who feels they were blindsided. I'm sorry.
Don't use the mic.
I'm sorry.
Use the microphone, not-
Okay. Not meeting with the community who all members feel that they were blindsided by this, not even postponing it. We're happy to hear, and I tried to meet, just say, would you just postpone for 60 days so that you can come to a meeting, discuss what your plan of action is, because in the previous meeting, they failed to do so and indicated they would not do so, and they are vehemently against doing so right now. So we don't have a choice but to say, we don't want it. And because we don't trust that they will be responsible enough in their expansion efforts to make sure that these residents are protected, that they are supported, we don't feel comfortable as residents of the community, single people with pets or children, the elementary school, we don't feel safe in terms of them expanding. They have already expanded to 6 North Broadway, not made any changes. There's in and out activity. They have a fence there as well.
Specific examples of things that have made you feel unsafe as a result?
Certainly. People who are from their center sitting on my steps when I come home at 6 p.m. That don't belong. People who are walking, I feel unsafe, children having to walk in between the center. You don't know they have records of pedophilia or addiction, what is happening. They're just walking and kids playing. There's no space for that on the sidewalk because their patients are out in the middle. If you see our street, we have a whole enclave as well. It's just
any increase in crime or any
significantly. You can look at the police reports. Sorry. I'll let one of my other neighbors go. I'm not the representative,
That's what
but
would be.
just
I can
wanted
speak to that.
Okay.
My name is Denise Bell, and I live in Washington Hill Co-op. I've been there for 43 years. I raised my daughters in the area, and they went to the daycare center that they're now want to purchase. That daycare center could only hold 25 kids. Now we're talking about putting 30 people in it. It wasn't very large at all. The little area, we didn't have a chance to have our pictures.
I'm specifically interested to hear why you feel why you feel like you're.
Anytime you would come in our neighborhood, there's 25 to 30 people standing in the block, in the medium, and they're just standing around. Cigarette butt.
That they're the residents of.
Because they must go to class, and then they all come out. Okay, and then they just stand around, smoke. We have butts and coffee cups all over the place. Then at the end of the day, and there's a lot of trash. There's a lot of trash. And they do come out and try to put it in a bag and sit it in the medium. The city doesn't pick it up, so we have these bags of trash sitting there. We also had people that jumped our wall way across the street, and they sleep there. We had to make arrangements to keep people from sleeping. In the medium a block up, there's an air mattress in the,
For evidence that the residents are causing the problems. And not just people I mean, I live in Baltimore City too,
Right.
and there's trash on my street, and I don't know who's putting it there.
Me and my
Well,
city
like I
manager,
said, I've been
we're
here
gonna do one at a
43
time.
years. We never had this before. We never had the volume of people in the neighborhood bringing their meal, the styrofoam meal containers. They're everywhere. The trash can is always overloaded with things. We have people that are constantly walking up and down in front of my house, sitting on my steps. Of course, when you come out, they go, oh, okay. But they are there. Right in front of me is Betty Hyatt Park. At the top of the park, we had an overdose there. And I know they tried to get their people out because somebody with the tag on came around. All right, everybody, let's go. But somebody was dead. Never had that. My kids played up there. The children played up there. All of a sudden, they acquired the second building, and we saw hundreds of new people in our neighborhood. It's like moving next door to a fraternity house. All of a sudden, you have all these people. Now, we have businesses that serve people. We have Kennedy Krieger right around the corner. They come, they participate, they go to school, they get in their bus, and they go. They don't influence the community at all. But in their particular case, with their organization, they come and they linger. They leave at 9 o'clock. We're still there, and more people come.
And would you, along that vein, would you address, the facility is there and it has an operation, and we're not going to go backwards, so that we're talking about them moving with more beds, up to 8 beds or so.
Mhm.
Tell us how you believe that would negatively impact the community.
Okay. I think that would impact the community because right there in that area, it will increase the number of people who travel through that area. We have a 7-Eleven. We have a problem with people just standing around and being in that area. The fence, they said, is not over 6 feet because I can see over it. It was too small to put a daycare center swing set and stuff in there. Okay, that's why it's not developed. When they had the daycare, they couldn't put anything in there. It was too small. Okay? We will have more people who come and live in that area, so that increases the number of traffic, too, with the people that are staying there, because I'm sure they're not going to lock them up so they can't come out. So they're humans. They need to come out, walk around, but that increases the traffic again. We've never had this much traffic in our community, and it's adversely affecting us.
Okay.
In a negative way.
So we're going to do this in an orderly manner, so everybody gets one chance at the mic, and we'll do this one at a time. So, ma'am, if you're finished, then we'll move on. If you're not finished, please go on, but.
Okay, the last thing is the quality of life. My car has been broken in 4 times, and I'm not saying it's that people from the center, but we have this constant traffic, and we catch people walking by and looking in the windows and walking by, and they just in our blocks, our 3 blocks, they start bashing windows, breaking into cars. Somebody must have been homeless, broke in my car in the winter last year, sat there and ate pizza. I came out and there was pizza in there, and my car was all messed up. That makes us have to spend more money. Our co-op has older residents in it because most of us have bought into the co-op and have been there. Well, now they're trying to move because they don't feel safe. Mr. Bell up the street walks with a stick because he doesn't feel safe walking through the street. And he's been approached. He's been robbed. I'm not saying it's all their people, but it's the people that come along with them. In the medium on Broadway, the city doesn't clean up like it's supposed to. The neighbors go out and we try to clean up. There's an air mattress, people's clothes. People are living there. Every day. My daughter walks her dog. She has a hard time walking her dog because there's broken bottles now. This is where the Oddfellow statue is. And the lights have been broken, so now there's no light in that middle. I've called Shannon Sneed, Councilman Sneed, and I've called 311 to try to get the city to replace the lights. And as soon as they do, somebody comes and breaks them all up again. So our neighborhood is not as pristine as it was. And and it just happened after we incurred all these new people in the community.
Okay, thank you.
They've been there, I just want to say before I leave.
Yeah, I was gonna
they've
say,
been there- Yeah, they've been there for many years, and we didn't have an issue when they were designated to one. The issue is the irresponsibility of the expansion that they've already had is not helping our community, and so we don't wish for them to further expand.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosalind Victor, and I'm also a resident of the Washington Hill community. I've been there approximately 25 years. I heard the gentleman speak, and I, respectfully disagree with him. When I come to my front door, I can look straight across City Springs Park and see the building that they're going to work on. I do not. I live in the area of Washington Hill that once you leave Broadway, I see the foot traffic. They leave Powell, cut through Bond Street. We had to have gates put up so they wouldn't come behind our house. Cut through Bond Street, hit Fairmount, go to Douglas. Then they make that track back. How do I know this? Because I talk to them. I'm not making this up. That's one good thing about being old, black, female. People will talk to you because they do not fear you. They're down there. Now, there may have been people who dropped out the program, but once they come to the community, they set a pattern. If you don't believe me, come between 8 and 9, 3 and 4, and maybe about 8 o'clock in the evening. It's a path they take. And another thing, my biggest concern is the block that I live on have a small park area behind it. They come, they set. They get their meth, they chase it with alcohol. I'll be there, I retard. I didn't know this until I retired. They come there, you see cut up aluminum cans where they shoot up. They come and they leave their food, their clothing, or the newest addition to this has been the Amazon boxes that people have ordered stuff. If it's something they think they can sell, they take it. If not, they just discard it in this little park area. So the reason I'm saying that these people are, if not a client, a previous client, or they're making the hookup, we're all from, they're from Baltimore City. That drug addict that doesn't know where to get their drugs is going to go to Powell, get their hookup, and they're going to go to Douglas. Now that Perkins is gone, Douglas is it, and Douglas is right on the back of us. And this is stuff I know because I talk to them. And I just don't see why and another thing, this is my last issue. Our community has been surrounded by help centers. Helping Up has expanded. Big Earl, Beans and Bread wants to expand. They want to expand. It's too much on one residential community. It's a small little area, and you're just piling all of these centers. They don't have to leave. They stay right there. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Jeannie Dresser. I live in the cooperative, Washington Hill. I've been there since 1976. Right now, we were not given this information until today, the technical information of what they were planning, with some people talking about how they were just moving from one building to another, and their official forms talking about their increase. What we have basically in the area is enough healthcare facilities with Hopkins there and all their programs, all the other ones. They need to expand probably over in other parts of the city. They don't need any more. We don't have a lot of neighborhood places. If they don't have residents in their facility for, parking, they're still gonna have employees needing parking and visitors needing parking. And what we have on the corner there and have, for many years, since the, Powell Recovery originally opened, was people hanging out on that corner. And there's many people that hang out when it didn't used to be a corner where people were hanging out. And they need to give information on Washington Hill. And there was the new Washington Hill Community Organization 3 years ago that started because the other one went under because the city funding ran out. And that's where a lot of the confusion in the neighborhood has happened because of that. And then they haven't worked at all with the cooperative, which is a large area of the neighborhood going back to the whole community rehabs back in the 70s. And what we did was invite them to come to talk to the meeting on the community organization and with the board, and they didn't. They didn't provide the information as it was needed. This has happened before with other community, places that they wanted to put down when they did the Hope 6 project and stuff like that with, not the same people doing it. But it got, all contested and taken to court and had to be planned properly. And that's one of the big things that needs to be done, is the proper planning with the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wayman Scott, and I thank you for letting us come here today to voice our concerns. I'm a member of the Washington Hill Neighborhood Association and the Washington Hill Cooperative, Housing Cooperative. This is an organization that represents about 218 units within Washington Hill. It's probably one of the largest organizations. I don't remember the Powell Center coming to any of our board meetings, our safety committees, or anything. Maybe if other members, they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've had experience working in the mental health field, and I know that when organizations partner with community organizations and people within that environment, the outcomes are better, because that community health and cooperation is something that is key. And it doesn't sound like they've been attending the Washington Hill Neighborhood Association meetings, and they, to my knowledge, they have not attended any Washington Hill co-op meeting, any of the cooperative meetings. So if you really believe in really community outreach and work, I haven't seen that. And I have a wife and I have a daughter. She is 1.5 years old. And I would love to take her to the park like Betty Hyatt, but I have to pick up needles and other things. And yes, there's the Friends of Betty Hyatt Park who come out and clean, but it just gets the same way right again. There's people hanging out there. Why do I have to take my 1.5-year-old daughter to Patterson or Columbia or someplace else just to play?
Well, let me ask you the same question I asked earlier. How would the addition of 8 beds, are you saying the conditions, I'm trying to figure out what their proposal was going to do to your community. We know what it is today.
Sure. So what I'm saying is an increase in volume, okay, of clientele on the premises, of residents on the premises, could lead to an increase of these residual factors that are affecting and impacting our neighborhood. Ms. Bell spoke about an uptick in some of the incidents in crime and so forth. I was walking to my house to a 7-Eleven and got robbed at gunpoint. Mr. Bell was with me, and this happened recently. So when they talk about, when my neighbors and my community mention an uptick in crime, you can look in police reports, you can hear them, but I've experienced that. Ms. Bell has experienced that. So it's not been addressed in an effective way. So before we go building and expanding and increasing volume, let's go ahead and address it. And I'd like to invite members of PAL today, let's do this right. Come to our community security and safety committee meeting. So if you want to partner with the community, let's partner with the community in a real and effective way. So I'm inviting you here today. It's up to you if you want to respond to that. But I think before we go in increasing volume, let's take care to make sure that the situation today is done in an effective way. Let's make sure that the care is responsible in light of the clients as well as the community.
All right, thank you.
What was your last name, sir? I'm sorry.
Scott.
Scott, okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I live on Washington Hill.
State your name, please.
Jose Morales, Morales. I live on Washington Hill for 28 years. Raised my family in Broadway. Since Powell Recovery Center came to Broadway, they asked for one building. Now they have the whole block. Crime, it hasn't go up 1%, 3%. I would say 300%. The reason is because they took the whole block and nobody knew, because the Washington Hill community was kept on silence, on the dark. Nobody knew what they was doing. All the sudden is hundreds of people coming in on a daily basis. I know this gentleman here, he failed to tell you that it's a park for kids right across the street where they building brand new homes. Kids go out there to play football. The kids go out there to play soccer, to have a little bit of entertainment. If I send my kids to Patterson Park, it's a little bit too far away. What's happened here, people is afraid to work in a community. The Upper First Point community that is right next to, I talked to them before in their meeting. I asked them if our community ever went to one of their meetings. Nobody went there. Our community is being kept in the dark. The gentleman here said that it's an abandoned school next to it. It's not an abandoned school. That's City Springs.
Well.
Elementary
One
school.
person talk at a time, please.
Okay? So how is this person here, I'm not gonna say anything, but he's not telling us the reality that is there. Lady here says she lives in the city. Yeah, we got a lot of trash in all the city, a lot. But if we come to Broadway, gentlemen, I will ask you one time, just one time, drive up. The trash that is in Broadway is unbelievable that it was not there 10 years ago, 15 years ago. 30 years ago, Broadway was almost abandoned. Then people came over and started putting business, start cleaning up. People got together. Washington Hill community got together and they have business. What's happening today? Gentleman here, he said he got a letter from 7-Eleven. But of course, he may have a letter from 7-Eleven. It's right next to it. And the drug dealers come to 7-Eleven, and these people come here and buy the drugs right there because they go into 7-Eleven. We called the police, and what happened? The police said we cannot do nothing.
Well, again, let's focus on
they
what the
stand in there.
increase in the residents.
The increase in air, I'm going to go back to when they first started. They said they have so many beds already, but where was the permit? Why the community was not informed? When that building went up for sale, the sign went up there for 2 days. Why? Because that was the Indian Center that had this child care center. Obviously, they can't handle it anymore. I don't know what happened. But 2 days with the sign up, and right away, gone. The sign is gone. I talked to the man and said, no, we're not going to sell it. All of a sudden, this gentleman is saying that he already got permits for so many beds, and he wants to add so many more beds. I don't think it's fair to the community. I don't think it's fair to anybody, because before we didn't know that they the ones took over a building. So in one regard, why he don't tell us the truth? Why was not the
Again,
sign
sir,
put up
I
before?
keep trying to bring you back to, let's talk about the increase in the residents. That's why we're here today.
Yes. Why? Because there is going to be more people. There is going to be more drug addiction coming into the neighborhood. It's more problem for everybody in a neighborhood. Why was the construction started before they even had the permits? I understand the city, if I go to ask for a permit to go to the city, they said, do not do anything until you get the permits. This place, members of this board, if you give them a permit today, you give them a letter, say, go ahead and put those more beds, the Senate is ready. They will open next week. And the community didn't know nothing. So then again, they keeping us in the dark. And the gentleman here, he said, he's telling you the truth. I'm not saying he's lying, but I'm bringing it to the point when he said he's got a letter from the Broadway market. Of course, all the people from this side, Powell Recovery, that's where they hang around. Why? We don't need to ask him why, because then again, it's gonna same thing gonna happen when he add these more beds. So please, I'm asking the board, give us the 60 days that we request, please. And we will get together and we will show you with pictures and things that they not there today.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Tiedemann, I'll give you the opportunity, hopefully briefly, to summarize.
Yes. So what I'm going to do is respond directly. Many of the issues that were brought up are really irrelevant to the issue of whether we add 8 beds to what is already a permitted use. But I have to address some of the issues that were said. This is all going out over closed circuit television, and somebody's going to see it, so I can't let these things stand. First of all, the overdoses that are responded, our people are outpatient clients that spend the entire day in treatment and are then put on buses and taken somewhere else to crisis housing. The entire city has overdoses, and in fact, we pay for and have our staff all over the neighborhood with Narcan to save their lives. These events that happen are not caused by PAL. You see references of people sitting on your stairs at night. I live on North Patterson Park in the Care neighborhood, which is right south of Orleans. I deal with the same issue, people in my backyard, people on the front porch. All of those things are a problem for the city as a whole. They're not PAL clients. What we're asking is to put people in residential treatment so that they're behind the doors, so that they're being treated. We wish we had more money to do it for everybody, but there's not an unlimited supply of money to pay for this epidemic. I want to clear one thing up for the record. PAL does not own this property. We never owned this property. And your statement that that sign was only up for 2 days is absolutely ridiculous. I saw it up there for over a year. We tried to buy it. We tried to buy it.
One person at a time.
We tried to buy that property from the Indian people, the Indian Association that
Sorry,
you're
why don't you
speaking of.
address to the board?
Okay.
So-
Well, we tried to buy it from the Indian Association. We entered into negotiations, and they ended up selling it to a lawyer and a realtor in town, a guy who's a personal injury lawyer in town, not me. We're renting it from them because we need it. I didn't buy it or take it out from under anybody's deal on a special thing. As far as us in there right now, the place had a failing roof. It was covered in mold. We had to go in there and take out all the ceiling tiles. No matter what it's used for, this work had to be done. Whether we use it as an office or whether we use it as this, the work that's being done right there is being done for use that's already been approved by this board as for office space in there. And if we use it as residential, it'll benefit it too. I could address for the gentleman, Mr. Scott. I've never seen him at a Washington Hill Community Association meeting. I've been at 3 or 4 of those meetings. I took Danishes to the damn.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask some respect. I would ask you not to talk. We started off by saying this interferes with the proceedings. It doesn't show any respect to this board. We're going to ask one person at a time to talk.
So anyway, I hand-delivered Danishes to the Indian place where the Indian Association meeting where they stated that they learned of this process because they had a bake sale.
Mr. Taterman,
Yes.
for this application, presumably the residents would receive meals on site. Is that correct?
Before this application?
No, if this application were to be approved.
Oh, yeah, they're fed in?
Sure, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This building currently has one kitchen,
Yes.
is that correct? Okay. How many bathrooms are currently in this building?
Well, currently, it has 2 bathrooms that were there for the children, the daycare, and we're installing 2 others with showers I think it's a permitted use for 16 beds, but, so it's going to be showers there anyway, but, so yeah.
Well, the use might be permitted for 16, but the building code requires something entirely else entirely. What I'm trying to get at is, in your experience, will the facilities there, kitchen facilities, bathroom facilities, be acceptable and pass not only zoning code, but building code for up to 30 persons?
Yeah, or 24, I think we're down to 24, but it's a commercial kitchen already there that was used for the daycare. So as far as a lot of the crime that was cited is, again, overnight crime. No increase that we're going to do is going to affect the overnight crime that these people are experiencing. We hire a private contractor to come haul trash off of the block. If you looked at the pictures I supplied, those were not staged. That block is cleaned by our people every day. We clean out the vacant lots around the corner. I'm astounded by some of the comments, and I probably just am not going to respond to each of them directly.
Sir, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
In light of some of those comments. The residents that you have and the increased number that you'll have, are they allowed outside at any time during the day?
Right, so it's not going to be any increased number at all. It'll just be some of our outpatient would be moved to inpatient, and no, they will not be allowed. They'll be inside that building 24/7, except when they get on a van to go they might go to the zoo, or they might go on a group trip to a movie or something, but it'll be a supervised group trip with the...
So there's not any time during their treatment where they're, for example, a playground or a school has to allow the kids outside, so you don't go outside?
No.
Secondly, is anyone allowed to visit, anyone from the outside allowed to visit anyone who's in the residential treatment center?
I believe they are.
Yes, they are. We do that in advance. Yes, yeah.
What does that mean?
Yes, we do. What that means is that the client who wishes a visit arranges it with their counselor. It's scheduled, and it happens in our facility. It's a scheduled visitation in our facility.
Okay, so people can drive there, park, and go visit.
Totally, yeah. But they can't do it randomly. It has to be scheduled, and it's typically on the weekends.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't. Someone's mom just can't come in at 3 o'clock on Tuesday.
There was a comment about, and I forget who made it, but there was a comment about drugs being passed through a fence. What security do you have to guard against those types of activities?
I'm so glad you asked that, sir. We're installing at great expense to us. We installed a security system. I also would note that we didn't mention previously, but I think it's in the literature, that at great expense to ourselves, we mounted 24-hour motion-sensitive cameras on top of all of our buildings down the block from 6 North to 32, with 2 cameras looking down the block at 32 South and West. We typically have a 7-day feed on those cameras. We do that because, unfortunately, as you know, and as our neighbors know, crime has increased everywhere. And often people confuse activities in the neighborhood in the evening with what our regular business activities are. So we mounted those cameras so that we have a 7-day feed of all of our activity. We also work very closely with the Southeast Police Station. In fact, once a year, because we do community patrols, and we started doing Betty Hyatt Park in response in January to some concerns about the needles and whatnot in Betty Hyatt Park that are left there overnight. Our clients don't use Betty Hyatt Park. So we included Betty Hyatt Park in our neighborhood patrol in response to the neighborhood's request. We work very closely with the Southeast Police Station. They come down once a year. They have a community policing division, and they walk the patrols with us. 2 of them walk the patrols with us and look at our security operation to recommend any additions that we might have and to rate us. And then we have the cameras. We've actually, about 10 times our IT manager said, since we mounted those cameras in March, we've provided footage to the Southeast Police Station for crime after hours to our operation in order for them to be able to provide additional security for the community. Moreover, we have our on-the-block staff. We have about 15 on-the-block staff. They're not there at any given time, but we run shifts from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then on the weekends, we run a slightly shorter shift. We run it until 5 p.m. We have 5 people who are trained in crisis management and various other things out on the block in yellow vests. And they're there until 9 o'clock at night. They're walking our employees to their cars. They're making sure that anything that's happening in our community is called in if there's something suspicious. We're totally committed to our community. And by totally committed, I mean it probably costs about $8,000 to mount those cameras. It's not cheap. The 15 people who serve on the block, about 5 of them are part-time, about 10 of them are full-time. So that represents about $250,000 to $300,000 in investment in our community that we make. We just don't talk, we act. We're totally dedicated to the safety of our community. Unfortunately, we cannot control what everyone else in the community does. We're open to any reasonable suggestions for our action in the community to further secure it. And we believe that by taking this facility and managing it ourselves on a block that is entirely vacant, and that is a magnet for trash because it blows down Lombard, no one's there to clean it up. That's a magnet for trash and for very unfortunate loitering, that will add security to that block. We'll have an on-the-block person there. We have an on-the-block person at the corner. Not only do we have 32 South Broadway where our staff looks down the block and routinely makes calls. We have a person, one of our on-the-block staff is at that corner, and one of our on-the-block staff, an additional on-the-block staff will be in front of our facility. Again, we don't talk, we do. Now, we're fighting a terrible epidemic. I'll give you a statistic.
We have a whole room full of people here that need to have their cases heard. I would ask you to summarize if you could.
I'll summarize with this. Between July 1 and September 15th, 5 people who were not associated with our program in any way had their lives saved by our on-the-block folks by administering Narcan.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from the board? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to call a case, actually 2 cases, a little out of order. We're going to call 2018-408, 902 Binney Street. Mike Coster. And this was on our consent agenda. So let me get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Great. And Mr. Costa, we have this to construct second floor rear addition and rooftop deck. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? Great. Do we have any staff reports?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Mr. Costa, the zoning board having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And the next one we're going to take out of order is 2018-398, 1 North Haven Street.
Good afternoon. For the record, Justin Williamson, law firm Rosegar Martin Greenberg. I'm joined today by the applicant, Kate Ansari, and the owner of the property, Dave Cyber.
Okay, let's get everybody sworn in who's not going to provide testimony, or who's going to provide testimony.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Great.
Staff report.
Staff reports?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, I got one.
And we have this, Mr. Williams, just, let's see, where are we here?
Yes, we have letters of support.
To use portion as wedding live entertainment facility, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and staff reports.
Okay, we have a letter of support from the Mountain City Brewing Company, the Urban Axes, and a letter of support from Councilman Brandon Scott. Objections. That's that. Thank you.
Okay. Planning Department reviewed this application. noted that the key question concerning it was essentially what the terminology of wedding venue would mean in practical terms. The department notes for the record that the zoning code does not permit a banquet hall in this particular zone. The live entertainment is a conditional use and therefore can be approved by the board with the conditions that are contained in the zoning code. The department is recommending that if the applicant provides information showing that the proposed wedding venue would be functionally equivalent to either a restaurant or a tavern with live entertainment, which would combine a permitted use and a conditional use in the IMU zoning district, and not be functionally equivalent to a banquet hall, the application be approved subject to the condition that the live entertainment complies with the terms and conditions of Section 14-319 of the zoning code. Thank you.
And Mr. Williams, if we were to approve this appeal, are those conditions acceptable to you?
For the board, I guess I'll explain in the formal hearing on this matter. The use we're proposing won't have a kitchen or formal, I guess, restaurant attributes, so that use wouldn't really work for us.
Let's hear your case.
The use we're proposing is a function equivalent to a live entertainment use, which would be permitted as a conditional use.
Okay, so let's hear your case. Okay.
Yep, so just go through briefly. I've handed out exhibits for the board's review. This property is located in the Highlandtown Crescent area, Baltimore City. The subject property is 1 North Haven Street. It's approximately 112,000 square foot converted warehouse that contains a lot of mixed uses. It's an exciting redevelopment. I've included in your file site plan showing the location of the proposed use. And before and after picture, the landlord, Dave Seibert, who's here, will testify briefly, has done a $14 million renovation of the campus and really changed the whole area and brought a lot of people and a lot of vitality to this community. The campus is located adjacent to the former railroad bed in Norfolk Southern. So there's a parking field that holds over 600 parking spaces in the bed, which is technically a separate property, but the landlord has a long-term lease for the premises to use that for parking. I've included as an example an exhibit for your review, an ordinance showing the property has been recently rezoned to IMU, industrial mixed use. The city council recognizes that the campus, which was formerly industrial, is now a mixed-use property and a campus. I've also included a resolution. The board may recall Urban Axes came before the board. The Axling facility everyone laughed about, they're used as a tavern, and they've been really successful in that part of the campus as well. Some background about the applicant. This is Haven Street Ballroom. This is a concept from Kate Ansari, who's here to my right. She owns and operates the Main Street Ballroom in Ellicott City, which is an industrial-style event space that is primarily utilized as a wedding venue. Main Street Ballroom was recently in the news during the May 2018 flooding of Ellicott City when her venue was flooded during a wedding. But Ms. Ansari was undeterred and is trying to plow forward, and this would be her second location to open up in the Haven Street area. I've included an article as an exhibit about the Baltimore Sun explaining Ms. Ansari's background and her attributes of her use. The venue's been successful because of the flexibility it offers brides-to-be. While other venues will have a pre-approved list of caterers and only provide a small window for a setup and takedown, Main Street Ballroom has a lot of flexibility it offers to patrons. It's part of the reason why we don't fit into the banquet hall use, and I'll explain that. Ms. Ansari was drawn to the 101 North Haven campus because of its industrial feel and desires to bring new people to this part of the city. The space will be offered to potential clients without restrictions on layout. I have a proposed floor plan as an exhibit also. There won't be a restriction on layout or decorations. The only limitation would be the fire rated capacity set by the fire marshal. So the key question is, flagged by Mr. French, is this a banquet hall? The definition, I don't know if you have staff report in front of you, or I've included it in the outline, page 3, section 4, letter D. The definition of banquet hall includes, I'll get to the principal uses, is a facility that serves designated groups that before the day of the event have reserved the facility for banquets or meetings and provided insurance certificates, security contracts, obviously parking contracts is required, to which the general public is not admitted, for which no admission fee will be charged at the door, and in which no third-party promoter will be involved with standard profit. Some of Ms. Ansari's proposed clients and people at the facility will be fall outside of this definition. For example, caterers and suppliers will not need to come from a pre-approved list. Live entertainment events will also be proposed, which public will be permitted, and at which admission fees will be charged at the door. For example, a client is seeking to use a space for a daytime guest speaker series, think like a TED Talk. Additionally, there'll be third-party promoters, such as like BizNow, and we have a future of Baltimore development, which would be advertising to the general public, and people would come that day. As I mentioned, it's not a restaurant or tavern, but it won't have a liquor license and it won't have kitchen facilities. We think the best use category for this use is live entertainment, which is the principal use. The definition is on page 4 in the outline, which means one or more of the following, perform live by one or more individuals, whether or not done for compensation or whether or not admission is charged, musical act, theatrical act, DJ, or a similar activity, dance. Most events that Ms. Ansari will hold would be wedding events, but the other ones where there'd be dancers or amplified sound, bands, speakers, and they will all be people either, whether or not admission is charged, they'll be at the venue for this use. With limited exceptions, the venue will, events at the venue will end no later than 11 p.m., except for perhaps New Year's Eve. The establishment represents a capital investment of $200,000, will create 3 to 4 new jobs, and draw people to a part of the city that people don't usually go to. I was going to ask Ms. Ansari to speak briefly about the importance of why this use needs to be granted now. The property is proposed to be rezoned to IMU2 by council, but it's currently at first reader, and that bill would allow the banquet hall use when the bill is effective. Ms. Ansari and Mr. Seibert are here to testify why we need the approval now. You can speak briefly.
Hi, I'm Kate Ansari, A-N-S-A-R-I. When I first was looking for spaces in the city, I specifically was looking for a space that would allow my use. And this property at the time, several months ago, was properly zoned for that use. I began pursuing a lease, advertising, spending money on marketing and design and everything, photo shoots, et cetera. And then it was rezoned so that the use was now, this is why we're here now. In the interim, I have 7 clients, not all of whom are weddings, include the TED Talk, Baltimore businesswomen guest speaker series, artists who want to set up a gallery and charge public admission for a weekend-long event, come to me and they're ready to sign a contract now. This represents over $75,000 in revenue that if you approve this today, I could get now to go towards my renovations. If we have to wait until it's rezoned, which it would be allowed in the space anyway, that will represent a delay in these people being able to sign, and they need to know now because people tend to book events up to a year in advance, especially weddings, but also these guest speaker series because they need to advertise and sell tickets far in advance. I need to be able to give them an opening date for the venue. Also, in terms of weddings, engagement season is underway. At my other venue, 75% of my bookings on an annual basis are made in January and February because everybody gets engaged over the holidays. I've seen a significant increase in my inquiries at my other venue, and the inquiries at this venue have been significant as well, hence the fact that I've made 7 bookings already and we're not even open. I've been advertising for a month. It just goes to show how important and critical it is for my business in order to bring it to the city. I've been looking for 2 years for this space. In order to bring this to the city, I would need this to be approved now. I cannot afford a delay because I would miss out on 75% of my bookings based on personal experience from my other venue. If we don't get the go-ahead, it makes me question whether or not I am going to bring this project to the city. Every event, if we're going for a capacity of 200 guests, that would bring 200 people to that part of the city especially, but the city in general, because people travel for weddings from out of town, people who would not normally be here. We have letters of support from both of my neighbors, my direct neighbors, the Axe Throwing Tavern, and the brewery next door. And we have actually come up with several package deals and incentives for my clients to use their spaces. There's also a farm-to-table restaurant going in, so we have kind of a captive audience for using all the neighbors and really bringing tons of business to this part of the city, which, before Dave got involved was really, it definitely could use it. So I'm really excited to bring this to the city. I'm really excited. Part of the reason I chose Ellicott City for my first venue was I opened it after the first flood, which was really smart in hindsight. But I pride myself on being part of the recovery process, and that's also why I wanted to choose a venue in an industrial part of Baltimore. So thank you.
Dave, you can discuss the attempts to lease the space. You've had.
Yeah, so the complex.
Your last name, please. I'm sorry. The mics.
Dave Seibert, Seibert. I'm the developer of the complex at 1 North Haven. It's approximately 250,000 square feet that we renovated in a regressed area. It took us about 8 years to do so. We have about $14 million sitting in that facility. When we met Kate, we really liked Kate. We thought she'd be a good communal part of our community, so we kind of actively pursued her. Justin and I have been waiting for the city to do the rezoning for about a year now. That's the reason why I spent the money to go this route, because we're kind of running out of time, even though the promises of the city have been given to us a year ago that would be a couple months, and we still haven't seen that new IMU2, which would allow her to obviously already do it. So that's the request we're having, just so she doesn't lose her business and we don't want to lose her as a client. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to finalize, I have in the outline the standards the board is supposed to review to grant the conditional use approval. There's also the parking potential variance required because the parking is shown on a separate lot from our facility. Given the letters of support from the councilman and the neighbors for the use, and that's a gray area, but it would be a benefit to the community. The board has previously, for example, Urban Access was a tavern and indoor recreational facility. The board granted the approval as a tavern. The board should do the same thing here, where it can be categorized as a live entertainment or as a banquet hall. This use should be categorized as live entertainment facility.
Okay, any questions from the board?
Mr. Williams, both live entertainment and banquet halls, are they permitted by right in IMU2 or
The first reader of the draft of the city council bill has the banquet hall permitted by right. Yeah, I've seen the table, so it's in the first reader, and live entertainment is accessory use to the banquet hall use. But again, the definition as we went through might be separate from what we're doing.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Williams, don't go anywhere. 2018-379, 1833 to 1845 North Melton Avenue. Hold on 1 second. We'll get to you.
Oh, I know. We're going to be here all day because they're going to talk about things that have nothing to do with
Okay. All right, let's get everybody who's going to provide testimony sworn in.
Stand up. Faces and with names.
So everybody, please raise your right hand. Everybody raise your right hands, please. If you'd like to testify, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Williams, we have this to consolidate 1845, 1841, and 1833 North Melton and to use as healthcare clinic and restaurant with 20 parking spaces, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have any staff reports?
Yes. We have letters from 3 Maryland House of Delegates, Corey McCrae from the 45th District, Delegate Talmadge Branch, the Majority Whip, Cheryl Glenn from the 45th District, and 2 City Council people, Sharon Sneed from the 13th City Council District, and Robert Stokes from the 12th City Council District. Essentially, they write that they want to express their opposition to appeal number 2018-379, which is scheduled for today, December 11th. I summarize our points and the concerns below. First, the appellant has again requested a substantial variance for a parking requirement imposed by the zoning code. Moreover, the appellant has not addressed this submitted variance, which was noted by the board in its denial of the original application in its appeal. Second, under Section 5-205 of the zoning code, it requires zoning appeals to be either 1, a detailed description of how the application is substantially different, a substantially different request, or 2, how substantial new evidence justifies this consideration. This appeal has satisfied neither requirement. Third, it is unclear whether the restaurant included in the appeal will meet the statutory definition for a restaurant under the city's code, or if it should instead be classified primarily as a food pantry or a food processing light. Finally, the appellant lacks the community outreach and willingness to engage with the community concerns regarding this proposed project and which continues to be an issue. In sum, we believe that the board correctly denied the original application, and we join in opposition to this appeal. Now it's planning start.
Planning Department reviewed this application, which is for a healthcare clinic and a restaurant with accessory parking. And because the zoning administrator had determined that a variance of off-street parking standards is needed for approval, the department focused on that issue in particular. The amount of off-street parking required for the healthcare clinic is 3 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. The plan appears to propose 25,950 square feet of gross floor area, which would require 78 parking spaces. The restaurant would require 1 parking space for every 1,000 square feet of indoor public seating area. There appears to be, according to the floor plan, 3,300 square feet of indoor dining area, which would be the public seating area. Therefore, 3 parking spaces are required to service that. According to the application, there would be 36 spaces provided. 20 would be on this particular site, and an additional 16 spaces would be along North Avenue property, which is separated from this site by a 10-foot wide alley. The 2 lots adjoining 1845 North Milton Avenue to its south are currently paved and used as open-air off-street parking, but there is no record of a current use and occupancy permit for that use, and in order to continue that, they must be consolidated with the principal lot. The use of one particular lot, known as Block 1455, Lot 67, is only possible if an ordinance authorizing its use as off-street parking would be enacted. The applicant has indicated no interest in doing that and intends to use that as a landscape buffer strip, basically separating this property from the residential properties to its south. The applicant would also need to obtain site plan review committee approval for the parking lot plans for all parking lots that would be provided to serve the clients and the visitors to the healthcare clinic and the restaurant. The department therefore recommends that approval, if granted, for the parking variance be subject to the condition that all off-street parking that's provided for staff, clients, and visitors meets the requirements and standards contained in Table 16-402 of the zoning code, and the Baltimore City Landscape Manual Condition G, which is titled Parking Lots, including being made accessory to the principal uses, the healthcare clinic and the restaurant, of the property by consolidation of existing lots with Block 1455, Lot 69, which is the property known as 1845 North Milton Avenue. Thank you.
And Mr. Williams, if the board were to approve the appeal, are those conditions acceptable to the
Yes, they
appellant? Okay. Proceed, please.
For the record, Justin Williams from the law firm Roseman Martin Greenberg. I'm joined by my colleague Caroline Hecker and Jeff Lickstein. So just a brief opening for the board, to set the stage for the board. This application solely concerns the parking variance to allow the redevelopment of the property 1845 North Milton Avenue. The applicants, Turning Point Medical Center and New Life Food Pantry across the street. Thank you. The applicants are currently located across the street from the subject property at 2401 East North Avenue. They acquired the property 1845 North Milton Avenue in 2014. The building is currently vacant. I don't know if you can see this. The building is currently vacant, and the lots north and south are used as parking for the facility. They intend to relocate the operation that's in the first floor, 2401 East North Avenue, to the facility and the building at 1845 North Milton Avenue to provide expanded services, which we'll go into during the hearing. Thank you. So some of you may recall that we were here previously in May and before in two related cases involving Turning Point Clinic and the church at the second floor, 2401 East North Avenue. The church is seeking approval to expand once the clinic vacated the premises. I think hearing both cases at the same time muddied the waters and confused issues for the board. This appeal today is just about the clinic to address the concerns raised by the letter from the 45th District Delegation. This appeal has been modified from the previous appeal for the clinic to include this restaurant use from New Life Food Pantry, and we'll explain why we are a restaurant, because we provide hot meals to patients and people in the community who suffer from food insecurity. In this hearing, we'll discuss the operation of the programs at Turning Point and New Life Food Pantry due to combat the ravages of drug addiction and food insecurity. But most importantly, you'll hear why the applicants need and are eligible for a parking variance. You'll hear from Eric Beck, a registered architect, who will explain the site only has currently approximately 9 parking spaces, and then the site, once we relocate, will have 36 spaces at its available for its use, and there'll be also spaces at the church across the street for their use as well. Mr. Beck will explain why the property is unique compared to other properties in the C2 district. The 1845 North Milton Avenue has a very large warehouse building that's vacant, by far the largest building in the C2 zone property in the area. He'll also explain why the disproportionate effect of parking requirements impact the property uniquely. You'll also hear from representatives from Turning Point Clinic and New Life Food Pantry about what they do about how their operations work, and then how the patients and people treated and served do not drive by and large, and therefore the parking variance can be granted without any negative impact to the community. They'll also discuss the improvements to the public health, safety, and welfare that will be made possible by the better services that we would be able to offer. As the board heard earlier today, and the board is certainly well aware, the community and the city and the region are suffering from the ravages of drug addiction. Additionally, New Life Food Pantry will be able to provide better services to the 30% of people in the vicinity who suffer from food insecurity and are unsure how they'll get a meal each and every day. The board can and should take notice of the fact that drug addiction is causing many big issues in the city of Baltimore. Consider that last year in 2017, 342 homicides occurred, which was a cause for alarm, and the BPD turnover happened. Meanwhile, in 2017, there were 761 drug and alcohol-related intoxication deaths in 2017. And it could have been much higher, as over 1,000 people were saved from death by Narcan injections. Additionally, food insecurity is a big issue in this community. Statewide, 1 in 8 Marylanders suffer from hunger. In the city, the rate is 23%, which is much higher than the highest one in the city. In the state of Maryland. The board can and should do what it can to improve the public health, safety, and welfare by granting this variance. So I've asked Reverend Williams to come up.
As he's approaching, can you speak to the difference between the first petition
Yeah.
and this one?
Sure. So the initial application to use the facility at 1845 North Milton Avenue incorporated was only to use the property as a clinic. Now, the upstairs facility, and there's a floor plan that's been filed as Exhibit 13, has a 6,000 square foot portion of it devoted to this food pantry, which we're asking approval for as a restaurant.
And your position legally is that,
Yeah.
and your position legally is that addition is enough not to make it the same appeal?
That and the board's order in the case, initial case denying the application, called out the parking lots as unauthorized uses and that they weren't permitted. They'll have evidence today from the zoning administrator and the zoning summary card showing that there were previous approvals to use of lots as principal use parking facilities. So those two new facts get us outside the scope of 5-203, I believe, 205.
Okay.
Reverend Williams, can you introduce yourself, give you a brief background?
Good afternoon to each of you. I know it's been Milton, M-I-L-T-O-N. I know it's been a long day for each of you already.
Can you discuss your experience in the East
Yes.
Baltimore community?
And now I'm going to be brief. For the last 40 years, I've been serving New Life Evangelical Baptist Church as its pastor. I grew up in Latrobe Projects, right there on Madison Avenue, Lombard Junior High School, 102 William Hayes Elementary School. East Baltimore is my stomping grounds. And I've chosen to make my life's work, my life's commitment, right here in East Baltimore. And one of the things that we've done to hopefully to change the landscape of what's happening is the ravages of drug addiction. That's from sea to shining sea right now. And in the past 15 years, we've treated nearly 11,000 heroin addicts, and the numbers keep growing. We're committed to making Baltimore a safer place, a better place to live, work, and worship.
So, Reverend Williams, you said you're from the community. What made you come back to the community, just to this East Baltimore area, to start your church?
In 1984, property was made available for us over on North and Milton Avenues. Just a small facility, and the ministry just mushroomed. It grew overnight because of the needs, the ever-expanding needs of ministry. One of the things that we learned all the way back in 1984 is that people were hungry. Along with the church ministry, we began by launching the food ministry, just giving folks food to eat. It grew, it grew, it grew, and continues to grow today. This is my community. This is where I spend 7 days a week giving my best to God's flock on earth.
Reverend, so Exhibit 1 that the board has at its disposal shows a vacant building dashboard. The green dots represent vacant properties. Does this match your experience?
Yes.
That there's vacant properties and many vacant properties in the community?
Yes.
The area? And that's been a long-term issue?
The abandoned houses, the boarded-up houses, the bricked-up houses has been a long-standing issue for East Baltimore, as well as communities all across Baltimore.
Can you tell the board how the drug addiction epidemic has impacted this community that you're part of?
Anytime that there is a low income, sizable number of people that lack advanced degrees and better education, it lends itself to decay and deterioration. And over the years, with this deterioration and decay has just continued and grown worse because of lack of education, lack of opportunity, and drug addiction. It's made things absolutely worse.
So can you talk about how that spurred you to create Turning Point Clinic?
Absolutely. I stood in my pulpit Sunday after Sunday after Sunday, delivering what I thought were some of the best messages I could possibly deliver as a young man. After doing my very best, those listening to me left my church and went out and bought drugs. I realized at that time that although Jesus Christ, my Savior, was good enough for me and to deliver me, another component was needed to help folks get through the pain of drug addiction and the withdrawal from drugs. Methadone and Suboxone or buprenorphine is a tried and proven method, a methodology, a philosophy of overcoming the pain of withdrawals and launching into the area of this particular medicine to help cure this particular problem. The door was opened by the Baltimore City Council in 1995, who recognized the problem and gave us this very special waiver and $1.5 million to make this happen in East Baltimore. And I would like to say that in 15 years, that $1.5 million of taxpayers' money has been spent wisely, because we've reached over 11,000 individuals that were addicted to heroin.
And what makes Turning Point special? What's your philosophy about how you treat the patients?
If there's a vast difference in what Turning Point Clinic does, is that we are a spiritual program. We believe that modern medicine works, but there has to be faith in Almighty God for it to be at its best. And what we do is we introduce our clients to a medicine that works and a God that works. So we incorporate spiritual principles along with the methodology of modern medicine.
So I've included as Exhibit 2 an article from last year in the Baltimore Sun, which documents how the mayor posed this question: if you had a child who was on drugs, would you treat them in the neighborhood in which they're addicted? She's answered, no, put them on a plane to Timbuktu or somewhere. Can you explain why it's necessary to have the treatment in this community in East Baltimore?
Well, I'm going to do everything I can to support Mayor Catherine Pugh in all of her endeavors. Philosophically, I believe it requires a combination of treating the individual in that individual's environment, as well as exposing the individual to other areas that are perhaps more sterile or controlled environments. But to take an individual out of his or her environment for 30 or 60 or 90 days into a sterile or controlled environment and then return them to the same environment, it's counterproductive. We have to teach people skills to cope in their own environment, to be able to say no to drugs in his or her environment, as well as recognizing that there's yet another world outside of the drug addiction culture. So as it relates to Mayor Pugh's statement, she has every right to believe that, but I believe we need to help people right where they live to be able to say no to drugs and drug addiction.
And is it your experience that many patients will come in the morning and then go on to their daily activities after receiving treatment?
I think for the most part, yes. But the balance of that is that you will also have patients who feel at home loitering, which is one of the issues that my neighbors certainly experience. And I want to be a good neighbor and do everything I can to move people from where they're getting treatment to where they live, or where they work, or where they worship.
I've included Exhibit 3, a study from the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health about how crime is not driven by drug treatment facilities, but rather it's worse at liquor stores and other places, and convenience stores and corner stores. Is this true? Is this your experience as well, that any crime that occurs is about people being in the community as opposed to driven by your drug treatment facility?
Baltimore is no stranger to crime. Baltimore is no stranger to assaults or murders. We experience this, we live with this each and every day. But when someone that's addicted cannot be treated conventionally through Suboxone or Methadone or Vivitrol, they're going to steal in order to get that fix illegally. Having a person have an addict in treatment is always better than having an addict not in treatment. And I hope that helps you.
So how does Turning Point, what kind of services do you provide now to help prevent the relapse and prevent addicts from falling back?
Let me address the question of relapse first. Relapse is a part of recovery. People try and people fail. People try, people fail. People try, people fail. People try, people fail. Sometimes it takes 15 to 20 times of going into treatment before you hit that mark of success. But rarely is the first time around. So when it comes to Turning Point Clinic, we want to keep a person in treatment as long as we can, because a bad addict in treatment is better than a bad addict not in treatment.
So approximately how many patients are from the East Baltimore area?
My numbers cruncher is here with me today, where we're seeing right around 2,500 patients in our facility every day. And by large, we're the largest clinic under one roof anywhere. But the money that the Baltimore City government gave to us, that $1.5 million, was for that exact purpose, to treat people who were addicted to heroin. And we have spent the taxpayers' money wisely.
So you mentioned approximately 2,500 patients a day. Would it be fair to say the majority do not drive their own automobiles?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
They rely on public transportation?
Yes, or they walk.
And approximately how many employees are at site? 55 right number of staff per day at the facility now?
We have grown so that my staff, we're sharing offices. Some staff work Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Others work Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays. So there's a need for more office space for us so that we can offer better quality of services as opposed to attracting more patients. That's not the goal. We want to have more space to offer a better quality of service.
Included in Exhibit 4A and 4B are aerial photos from 2010 and 2017 showing the vicinity. Would you agree with that there's plenty of on-street parking available and that, even in 2010, there's parking available for residents in the community?
There's plenty of parking.
And then,
Absolutely.
and then 2017, after you acquired 1845 North Milton Avenue and you've used it as parking both north and south of the building, there's available parking in the community?
We have absolutely no issues with parking whatsoever. We're able to provide all of our needs as relates to parking.
In the prior hearing that was solely about the clinic, before we modified the application, there were complaints about loitering crowds. Can you discuss what you've done and what's been done by the clinic with security to address those complaints?
We have invested right around $600,000 to $700,000 a year in beefing up our security staff. We have armed guards patrolling the exterior of the facility from 4:30 in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon. That corresponds with the time the clinic is open and closing. And the loitering in our particular catchment or our particular boundaries, we have just about eliminated 99% of it. When it goes beyond the perimeters of our facility, it becomes a little bit more difficult to control because we don't have the authority. It falls under the purview of the Baltimore City Police Department. Once it goes beyond a block of where we are, we're able to manage controlling those particular areas extremely well.
And you've also had the bus stop relocated, is that right? To further away from the Bel Air Road corridor?
Actually, I didn't do that, and I think it's been a detriment to clients who have difficulty walking, that the bus stop was moved further away from our facility as opposed to letting the patient off within a few hundred feet of our front door.
Okay, so let's discuss your future plans at the new facility. Why you're seeking to relocate? Can you tell the board what your proposal is?
As I stated, the goal is not to expand quantitatively, but qualitatively. We want to be able to offer folks primary care. We want to be able to offer folks pharmaceutical care. We want to be able to offer folk more group rooms, a larger lunchroom that's dedicated for the purpose of feeding people, an upgraded first-class kitchen so that we can serve the best of meals to those who are hungry, as well as storage capacity. Again, our goal is not to take the clinic to 4,000 to 5,000 patients. That's not the goal. The goal is to offer better services that would create an environment for better outcomes in terms of how long a person stays in treatment for their individual recovery. That's what we're striving for right now, the enhancement of the quality of services.
You can explain to the board so why it's important to have on-site pharmaceutical care and why it's important to have on-site primary care.
Right now, we could probably save the state of Maryland somewhere around $10 million a year if we are able to offer primary care services. Therefore, the individuals are not using the emergency room as primary care services. We will be offering our clients, when they come to where we are on a daily basis, services surrounding primary care for each patient, as well as controlling their pharmaceutical needs. We will then be able to govern and control the clients or patients taking their medications on a daily basis if we're able to control the primary care aspect as well as the pharmaceutical aspect. And then to be able to even offer and enhance daycare services. We have daycare services that we're providing already, but it's one room, 15 by 15. To be able to triple that size and offer better daycare, free daycare services for moms and dads when they're coming into treatment in groups all day long. So it's having more space to be able to do a better job, not necessarily to enhance our numbers. We just want to do a better job in treating people.
So do you anticipate more staff being hired, or how many would you say new staff members would be hired to provide these services?
Right now, we have probably 150 people on payroll, and we created 150 new jobs in Baltimore City that did not previously exist, which of course means more tax dollars coming to Baltimore City as well as the state of Maryland. As the needs of Turning Point increases, we will meet those needs by hiring more folk right here from Baltimore City that need jobs on all levels. I'm talking about jobs that the folks won't need a college education to access. And then having that primary degree, that secondary degree, or that PhD, that is all better as well. But all of these areas we're able to address at Turning Point Clinic in terms of our hiring.
So there are approximately 55 staff per day now.
On any given day.
And then
then another 25 staff that work for the church.
And then do you anticipate hiring 15 people more who would be there on a day-to-day basis once the new services are up and expanded?
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Okay. I guess, can you discuss what would happen if this variance weren't granted and the impact and what the options you would undertake or be willing to consider?
It would continue to limit what we're doing. And the continuation of the limitations means that we're not able to offer the best of services to those that the state dollars are intended to help. We want to do more in helping those who are fighting this monster of addiction. We want to keep folks in treatment until they are cured.
I've included as Exhibit 18 a letter from the HEBCAC, the Historic East Baltimore Community Action Coalition.
Yes.
Can you
Okay.
just describe, so they support your mission and your work and your organization, is that fair?
In 2017, we presented this project to Historic East Baltimore Community Action Coalition that was begun by the Honorable Hattie Harrison, had the support of all of the delegates, all of the state senators, all of the council persons here in Baltimore City. And this project went through the ranks of Johns Hopkins Hospital. They reviewed it and gave us their overwhelming support in where we were going in terms of enhancing services. And they submitted their support letter to us in November of 2017.
Great. Thank you. Eric, can you introduce yourself to the board? Name and address?
Hello, I'm Eric Beck. You said address?
Yeah, your work professional address.
100 West Road, Towson, Maryland.
Can you give a very brief background to the board about your work experience?
Sure. I'm the architect and design team manager for the project. I have 29 years' experience with Beck Pound Parsons Architects and lived in the Baltimore area all my life. My education includes a Master of Architecture from Morgan University and a Bachelor's in Construction Management from University of Cincinnati. I'm registered in Maryland, Virginia, D.C., and Pennsylvania. I've worked on all types of projects, including adaptive reuse. Examples are Turning Point Medical Clinic, previous projects there. Over 24 Planet Fitness clubs, several projects for St. Elizabeth School for special needs children, including a playground addition there recently.
Okay. So I've included Exhibit 5, your CV, resume. Just your resume, can you confirm?
Yes, right.
I asked the board to accept Mr. Beck as an expert in building design and development.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. So, Mr. Beck, can you describe the property neighborhood to the board?
Sure. The site is located right near the corner of East North Avenue and North Milton Avenue, which is basically at the far east end of North Avenue where it terminates into Baltimore Cemetery. And so we are right here, Baltimore Cemetery, North Avenue, North Milton.
Thanks. And I've included Exhibit 6 for the board, some street view photos. Can you walk through with the board just what's being shown in the street view photos?
Oh, sure. We're at the corner of North and Milton Avenue here, and our building is right back here. Parking lot between our building and North Avenue. This is a shot looking at North Avenue and Rhodes at the back of the building, back here. And this is a picture of North Milton with looking down towards North Avenue with our building being on the right down towards north.
Thank you. Using Exhibit 7, the aerial zoning map, can you point out to the board the C2 zoned areas?
Sure. Right in our immediate vicinity, there's a C2 zone, which is right, encompasses.
And our property is C2, right?
C2.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sorry.
It's on.
C2. And there's one other small C2 located down here, which is a grocery store. That's really it for our immediate area.
Thanks. So you're familiar with the site. How many times would you say you've been there?
Oh, sure, I've been there dozens of times over the last, I've been working down there since 2010.
And then every time you've been there, have you observed problems with finding parking?
I've always found parking on the lots and observed that there's always been ample street parking as well.
Can you briefly walk the board through taking site photos? Is that right? Can you describe for Exhibit 8?
Right, I went down, just took some photos over the last couple weeks, and well, actually, this is when they were having this turkey, giving away free turkeys. There was 1,000 turkeys given away. The line was down the block. There were still spots in the parking lots and on the street. I just noted a couple of those on the photographs here. And these are basically just other days that I've been down and took pictures of spots on the lots and spots on the street. When I say on the street, I mean right out in front of our buildings and right on North Avenue.
No, thanks. I guess, and then Exhibit 1, let me see. Exhibit 1 was a vacant property dashboard. Does the green circles represent vacant properties in the area? Does this match your experience driving through the vicinity?
Yes, there's a lot of boarded up houses on North, not on North, on Milton, North Milton, and on the next street
Okay.
down.
Can you describe for the board the existing conditions at 1845 North Milton?
Oh, sure. The building is currently a vacant C2 commercial zone building. It occupies the entire lot. The building was previously a warehouse storage use, which is not allowed by the current zoning by right. Since the purchase of the building, the owner has stabilized the building with roof repairs, foundation waterproofing, and structural repairs to the foundation. The owner has also cleaned up the building and the parking lots with lots of trash and abandoned vehicles. The building site actually works very well for Turning Point because it's directly across the street from the North New Life Church, which provides spiritual counseling to the clients. It also works well because many of the clients are riding the bus, and it has a bus stop right out in front of the building.
So I've included Exhibit 9 zoning summary cards for the property that show the use of 1845 going back to the 50s as a furniture storage. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then show the zoning card on page 3 show that the lots north of our site, 24, 25, 27, 24, 31 East North Avenue, have a history of use as parking?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then I included Exhibit 10, the letter from the zoning administrator confirming that the use of the parking lots north of the 10-foot alley are permitted by right?
That's correct as well.
Can you discuss how our site compares to other C2 zone property in the vicinity using Exhibit 11, which has the aerial zoning map and the property annotated?
Sure. The ours is by far the largest building. It's 2 stories. It's 32,000 square feet. The other buildings in the area are much smaller. The current occupied 2401 building, 8,000 square foot per floor, 16,000 square foot for the 2 floors. The next largest or comparable building is at 2313 East North Avenue. Building area of 19,000 square feet, a lot area of 34,000 square feet, which allows them a good deal of parking on their site. That's currently an auto repair garage.
Okay. So let's turn to the proposed plans. I've included Exhibit 12 and Exhibit 13, the site plan and floor plan. Were these site plans prepared with you or in conjunction with you or under your supervision?
Yes, correct.
Can you walk through with the board the proposed development, its design?
Sure. The concept site plan shows 16 legal spots, legal parking spaces on the north lot and 20 on the south lot for a total of 36 spaces. The proposed site plan will comply with the Baltimore City Landscape Manual, and bicycle parking will also be provided. The floor plans in this exhibit, they show the conceptual layout with enhanced ability to treat the mind, body, spirit aspects of the rehabilitation program, as well as increase the capacity for general food distribution for the community. Significant features of this plan include a primary urgent care area with exam, minor procedure, and pharmacy. There's a larger client check-in and waiting area that, which will minimize the client's waiting to get into the building. Also, as suggested by the Community Association, we put a side entrance with a queuing line on the north side of the building to keep the sidewalk from getting clogged in front of the building with people waiting. Let's see. There's large rooms provided for group counseling. There's a full kitchen with a large eating area and a much larger food storage area.
And what would you say the estimate cost of the cost of the redevelopment would be?
Well, it's a $300 million plus investment in
$3 million?
Right. That includes exterior building facade upgrades, including additional windows and storefront, parking lot improvements, including landscape, to meet the city's landscaping manual. Complete renovation of the building interior, including new HVAC and LED lighting, and enhanced handicapped access with an added elevator.
Can you describe to the board the parking calculations and how they're calculated?
Sure. For the, and this is on the site plan, the exhibit that you have, the dining area is calculated at 3,330 square feet, and the parking requirements is 1 per 1,000 square feet, which equals 3.3 spaces. The healthcare clinic area is 25,950 square feet, with requirements of 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet. It's a total of 77.85 spaces for a total of 81.18 spaces.
So you've explained to the board that there's 20 spaces south of our site, and north of the 10-foot alley, there will be 16 spaces.
Right.
So the total that will be available will be 36, is that right?
Yes, correct. There is additional parking across the street on the current parking lot that the church and the clinic currently share. I think there's 9 legal spaces there, but that's really not in the parking calculations.
So as a result, we'll need a parking variance for this facility?
Yes, correct.
So let's describe to the board, let's walk through them with the findings you have to make under the zoning code to grant the parking variance. So in order to grant the variance, per 5-308A, the board must find that because of the particular physical surroundings, shape, topographical conditions of the structure or land involved, that there's a practical difficulty. So what do you believe makes this property unique to justify the variance?
Sure. The property is unique because it's a large 2-story building that occupies the entire lot with frontages both on Milton and on Rose Streets behind. It's the largest building on C2 zone land in the close proximity to the church. The only comparably sized C2 building is, as I described before, 2313 East North Avenue.
And they have a lot more, they have much more parking area.
And they have a much larger lot with parking. The physical surroundings of the property are also unique. There's a clear need for healthcare services provided by the clinic in East Baltimore. Moreover, the clinic closely collaborates with New Life Church at 2401 East North Avenue, and therefore needs to be in close proximity to the church. I don't see any other sites in close proximity that could accommodate our health care services.
So do these unique conditions and the structure create a practical difficulty?
Right. The existing structure and the desire to adaptively reuse it for healthcare, clinic, and restaurant uses is limited to provide parking facilities that meet the zoning requirements. because a large warehouse occupies the entire parcel, any proposal to redevelop it would fail to comply with the zoning regulations because there's no zoning on the property lot. However, the adjacent lots are under common ownership and will be utilized for the off-street parking for the building.
Let's go over that again. So there's 20 spaces available next to the site. So if you redevelop the use as a office building, would a parking variance be required?
Oh, yes, right, correct.
If you redevelop the property as a residential multifamily dwelling?
Yes, retail goods, establishment, place of worship, I mean, they would all trigger a need for parking
But if you
variance.
kept the use as it is, there wouldn't need to be a variance, correct?
It'd be a vacant building that lost the ability to use the property as a warehouse facility.
Those other uses, would they be an increase in the variance requested here for an office building or anything else, or a decrease? In other words, is the request for a healthcare clinic make parking more intensive or less, make the parking variance more intensive or less intensive?
Yeah, so the zoning code's requirements for retail goods establishment, for example.
Office is 1 per 800 square feet.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And a healthcare clinic is 3 per 1,000, so a healthcare clinic would be a more intensive use.
For purposes of the parking regulations, the use here will not, well, as will be testified to, will not drive.
Right. Realistically, an office space, it probably is not a use that would go over well there. But
And then any use of 1845 North Milton Avenue would have 0 parking spaces because it's a separate lot at this time. Is that correct?
Right, correct.
So any use would require 100% parking variance.
Yes, correct.
So let's go through the other variance findings that are required for the board. Other findings required for the board to grant the variance in 5-308B. Are the conditions in which the application is based unique to the property and not applicable to other property in the same zoning classification?
Right. The need for variance is a result of the existing 2-story building and occupies the entire parcel and is not generally applicable to other properties in the C2 zoning district.
Is the practical difficulty caused by the zoning code not someone with a present interest in the property?
No, this building was built in 1960, and the hardship was not created by the action or inaction of anybody with present ownership in the property.
And is the purpose of the variance not based on a desire to increase the value or income potential of the property?
That's correct.
Because the uses are nonprofit organizations in the building?
Yes, correct.
Do you agree that the variance will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the vicinity or substantially diminish and impair property values in the neighborhood?
Right. In my opinion, a property variance would not be injurious to the use or enjoyment of other properties in the immediate vicinity or diminish the property values. And in fact, I believe the area is in desperate need of investment because the patients rely primarily on public transportation, rides, and walking. There will not be an increase in on-street parking from them that would be injurious or to the use or enjoyment of the nearby property.
In Exhibit 8, your photos show there's always parking available on street. Is that right?
That's correct. From my experience going down there, also looked at Google Maps going back 10-plus years. I forget what it was, but there's always been ample parking on the street.
And also with the cemetery, right, a block away, there's always parking available along that street. Not much activity at the cemetery. outside.
Right. The cemetery has its own parking within the cemetery itself, so it's not creating additional parking needs for the neighborhood.
So is the variance in harmony with the purpose and intent of the zoning code?
Yes, it is. The variance is consistent with the stated intent of the zoning code of encouraging the most appropriate use for the land throughout the city by permitting redevelopment of underutilized property with a use that is permitted by right. Building, again, was built in 1960. The zoning code already provides for a waiver from parking requirements for buildings over 50 years old that have historically not provided parking, indicating that there's a policy preference to prefer adaptive reuse to buildings over zoning required parking spaces.
And the property is not in a CHAP district or urban renewal plan area. Does the master plan support this use?
Yes, the property is not within the CHAP district or urban renewal plan area. The city's Live, Earn, Play, Learn master plan is very explicit about the need for availability of effective drug treatment, as it saves lives, reduces crime, and rebuilds family and neighborhoods.
And you're reading that from Exhibit 14?
Yes,
excerpts?
yes, correct. That's in the city's master plan here. The variance necessary to permit the clinic use is thus supported by the master plan.
And then the finding that the variance will not otherwise, one, be detrimental to or endanger the public health, security, general welfare, and morals, or two, in any way be contrary to the public interest. Will it not?
Yeah, the parking variance won't have any adverse effects, as there will be sufficient parking based on the number of anticipated employees. On any given day, there's a lot of part-time and they come and go. We're estimating approximately 19 people would have to park on the street or be double stacked within our parking lots, which they currently do on the church parking lot on North Avenue. They double stack and they can fit a lot more cars in. We can legally say legal parking spaces. And again, I've consistently observed sufficient on-street parking and in the parking lots.
And so then finally, the last question, the finding the board has to make is that the variance is within the purpose and intent of the zoning code and the minimum necessary to afford relief. Is that?
That's correct. The proposed reuse of the building cannot be conducted without the requested parking variance. Moreover, most reuses of the building would require parking variance. This variance is therefore necessary to afford relief. The intent of the parking regulations was to reduce the impact on the community from vehicles in the street. At this site, the unique patient population and the area city make for a location that does not need anywhere near the parking spaces as indicated in the zoning code.
Included as Exhibit 15A, B, and C are examples of variance requests that were granted recently or in the community. Is that right?
Yes, correct. There's 3 of them here for parking variances right close to our site.
And then Exhibit D is the variance denial from the board for 2401 East North Avenue. And did the board find the property unique in that case?
They did find the property unique.
All right, so to conclude, in your professional opinion, should the board grant the variance?
Yes, I do, and I believe the project would enhance Turning Point's ability to deal with the current public health emergency.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you give your name and an address to the board?
I'm Kate Boland. My address is 686 Fairview Avenue, Annapolis, Maryland. Kate Boland, K-A-T-E.
What's your last name?
Boland, B-O-L-A-N-D.
Can you discuss your occupation and your brief work history?
My work history has largely been in the area of housing finance and public policy. I worked as a chairman and executive director of a housing finance agency for the state of Maine, involved in financing low-income housing. I then did public policy work as a private consultant for the Department of Farmers Home Department and Department of Housing and Urban Development. Worked for the National Association of Home Builders, also working in housing finance areas. So that's largely been my experience. I've worked for and managed several nonprofit organizations.
So what's your role at New Life Food Pantry now?
I'm the president of the board of the New Life Food Pantry.
Can you give the board really briefly just a background on the state of food insecurity or hunger in the community?
Well, it's a major issue, as you probably know, and I think you received
Exhibit 16.
An exhibit with regard to Council District 13. The state and across the country, really, but the state of Maryland has been looking carefully at the problem of food insecurity in the state and then in the city and in sub-districts. We work very closely with the Maryland Food Bank, which is the largest provider of food to food pantries, food banks, churches, et cetera, who are distributing food to those in need. They find that the state of Maryland, about 650,000 people are considered food insecure, and about a third of those are children. Similarly, in the city of Baltimore, about 138,000 are found to be food insecure, and again, about the same proportion of our children, and a large number are seniors. Food insecurity means that people can't afford to buy food and that they're not in proximity, easy proximity to get it. So it may be distance, they don't have a vehicle, it may be that all that's available is a very limited corner store, but to get healthy, nutritious food and not be able to access it and not have the money to pay for it, that's what's considered to be food insecurity.
And can you tell the board how this acutely impacts the drug-addicted patient population?
Well, as one might imagine, for people that are suffering substance use disorder, food is not on the top of their list. Okay? They're thinking about other things and organizing their day around other things and not necessarily around getting healthy food. Despite that, it's essential to their stability. It's essential to their recovery. Having healthy food is what's going to enable them to move out of substance abuse. It's going to enable their families, and that's a very important part of recovery, is to have stable families. And again, many have children. About 40% of the patients at Turning Point are women, and many of them have children. So it's very important. It's important to their overall health. Someone already mentioned there are chronic health problems for people suffering substance use disorder, one of which is diabetes, and the need and opportunity to have healthy food is extremely important to that, solving that problem or addressing that problem.
So can you describe briefly, very briefly to the board, what the pantry does now?
Yeah, the pantry was created to provide food to the patients at Turning Point Clinic and to the larger community in East Baltimore area. What we do now is we provide meals 3 times a day to the patients at Turning Point Clinic. We do not have a kitchen facility, so we're providing them with a prepackaged sandwich and drink and fruit and whatever. When we are able to have the larger kitchen facility, we'll be able to do more than that. We have served since July of 2017 42,000 meals to patients at Turning Point Clinic.
And then Exhibit 8, Mr. Beck showed pictures of a turkey giveaway.
Yes, on a couple days before Thanksgiving, whatever day it was, we had, working again with the Maryland Food Bank, and we're one of their larger partners, we were able to bring 1,000 turkeys to the facility to hand out to people in the neighborhood. And about 460 or so were handed out that day. The balance was given to seniors in various housing facilities around the area and others that come to the church who are also low income and entitled. So they got a turkey and they got a box of trimmings.
And even with that busy day, there was still parking available?
There was parking available. A lot of the people come by bus.
Can you just, yeah, then you can walk home with a turkey. Can you describe the future plans to the pantry and the new site?
Yeah, the pantry, let me say, in addition to the meals that we provide, we also distribute groceries, and we're an agent, if you will, for the City of Baltimore Department of Social Services. They have agents around the city that distribute food once someone shows up at their door with a voucher. And so we get the food actually from the Maryland Food Bank, and we hand out groceries to those people. Also, the 211 United Way program, Manna House refers people. So we're distributing bags of groceries. On that basis, we also distribute bags of groceries to people living in senior housing facilities who need it, who are, need that kind of assistance. So we're giving out many, many bags of food, and we have the market I just spoke about on Thanksgiving. We've been holding a market since May or June, I guess, once a week. We've had about 300 people each time come to receive fresh food. They get produce, they'll get milk and juice, they'll get some other products that we either purchase from the Maryland Food Bank or they donate to us, or they're donated by other vendors in the area. Cloverland Dairy, for example, has been a huge supplier of milk and juice to us. So we will, by the end of the year, have given out over 500,000 pounds of food. So we're giving out quite a bit of food.
Future plans
the future plan would allow us to do both the meals and the groceries.
Please show the board on the floor plan, like the meal area and the dining area.
Yeah, this is a fairly simple plan, but as you can see, there's a kitchen here. I don't know if everybody's got this in front of them. And that will allow us to prepare. Our plan ultimately is to get to serve as many as 1,000 meals a day. Obviously, we're going to have to ramp up over time to do that, but it will provide us the ability to have the equipment necessary to produce a lot of meals on a given day. And then the balance is the seating area, so we'll be able to, 200 people at a time, have multiple seatings throughout the day so that we can serve people the meals. Then there's storage, which you can see here. This will be filled in with all the different places that things will go, but and the storage will allow us to take much more food from the Maryland Food Bank and other donors and be able to store it so that we can increase the number of groceries that we're giving out, possibly deliver groceries to some facilities. And we're also talking with the Maryland Food Bank about the possibility of using our kitchen to provide a catering service where we could take food, for example, to homeless centers, centers for women with children, and the like. So we're ambitious, I may say, and with this facility, we'll have some opportunities to pursue some of those plans to help the community.
So I'm going to read you the definition in the zoning code for restaurant. In general, a restaurant means an establishment at which food and drinks are provided to the public, primarily for on-premises consumption by seated patrons. So with the meals that will be provided, that will be prepared, can patrons and people from the broader community come and...
Absolutely. So we'll be serving patients, people in the community. This is all free of charge. This is using donated food or buying food from funds that have been donated to us for this purpose.
In your opinion, is from your history of work in the housing sector and now with like food pantry, will the relocated use and the parking variance have an impact in the neighborhood, negative impact?
No, I think it'll have a positive impact. I think cleaning up that building and the site and turning it into something that's occupied and positive for the community is only good. And I think providing the additional food to that community, which is considered a food desert, can do nothing but be a positive for the neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Graham? John? Hi, Mr. Graham. Can you give your name and address?
John Graham. My address is 2234 Live Oak Lane, York, Pennsylvania, 17406.
Can you give your role with the clinic?
The supervisor of the security.
And what's your background in security and law enforcement?
Well, I have 10 years experience in security and 6 years as a special police officer for the state of Maryland to do methadone clinics.
How long have you been with Turning Point?
For 6 months approximately.
Are you familiar with the concerns that have been raised by the community about drug dealing and general loitering?
You see as a concern?
The concerns have been raised. Are you familiar with the community has said that there's been an excess crowd problem?
I'm familiar with the neighborhood, yes.
What procedures do you undertake to deter that?
What we do is I hire the security team, and what we do is on the external part of the building, we keep people moving along, and our number one priority is to make sure the safety of the staff and as well as the clients.
And do you think it's been successful thus far in the 6 months?
It's definitely to the justice, yes.
So I included Exhibit 17, the Part 1 crime chart, showing the crime data for the Eastern District and the 2400 block of East North Avenue. It shows 0 crimes on the 2400 block of East North Avenue in Quarter 1, 2018, and 1 Part 1 crime in Quarter 2, 2018. Does that jive with your experience?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the plan to relocate the clinic across the street?
Yes, I am.
Do you think that'll have a negative impact to the community safety?
Oh, anything's good is not a negative.
Well, still, it won't have a negative impact, the relocation of the clinic. Do you agree that it won't be a negative impact to the community?
It's not going to be negative to the community, no.
Okay. Are you familiar with the parking situation in the community? Have you ever had a problem finding parking yourself?
No.
Okay. Thanks. And one more. Yep, that's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon, can you give your name and address?
My name is Faith Dixon. I live 1700 Emerson Avenue, apartment 310, Baltimore, Maryland 21223.
Can you give your connection to the clinic to the board?
I'm currently a patient at the clinic.
And can you discuss how it's helped?
Oh, it helps me out tremendously. I need this program. It helps everyone out. And they does a lot for us. We really need this program.
What services do you find that are helpful by the clinic?
the SLP. It's like a lot of groups in there that helps a lot of us out.
And in your experience being there, have you seen a parking issue with the community?
No, I haven't seen an issue with that.
Okay, thank you. So I guess we'll reserve the right to rebut any testimony, but that's the end of our case in chief.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from the opposition.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Doris Minor Terrell, chairperson for the Broadway East community. Educational-wise, I'm a twice master degree, currently a student at the Harvard School, Harvard University, working on certification in social justice. I do live in the community. I'm a lifetime resident. The community objects to any expansion for Turning Point. It has wreaked havoc on the neighborhoods. Right now, it's environmentally toxic for both adults and children. It is unsafe to travel in that area. We have been devastated by the impact of this health facility, and we're not against service, but we are against the way that it is currently being managed. It is not a good neighbor for us as a community. We realize that people need assistance. We support that. But to give expansion to this health facility at this time, to do anything, will further destroy us as a community. It does not fit into our plan.
Why is it not a good neighbor?
It's not a good neighbor simply because those who seek service are not readily available to get the service inside of the building versus outside of the building. When they leave, they walk through your neighborhoods, we're trashed, crime increases for us, we're accosted by the people for, can I get $1, can I get a dime? Insultive behaviors, foul language, crowding, and if you're trying to get on a bus stop, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. Children yes.
What do you mean by impossible with regard to?
Oh, the crowding at the bus stop. You're trying to get on or exit the bus. There's too much crowding from those people who have been visiting or who are waiting to seek service. If you are children, little people trying to walk through the neighborhood, they've got to weave their way through the adults. And I don't really think that adults mean to be disruptive. I think they have no control of that. And there's no training currently in place that allows them to understand this is inappropriate. Little Johnny cannot get past you if you're standing in packs of 4 or 5. Questions? No? And also, may I submit our letter? Who do I give it to?
Sure.
Thank you. So we do object strongly.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Councilwoman Shannon Sneed. Sorry, I have another hearing going on upstairs on the 4th floor, and so that's the reason I'm running back and forth. But I'm here because I've spoken to a number of the residents. I'm here today because I talked to my colleagues at the state. I'm here because those same colleagues who they mentioned earlier, who said they supported it way before I even got into office, now stand opposed. I also want to say that HABCAT, who submitted a letter, I'm on the board of HABCAT, and so I think it's, I was never asked as a board member whether or not I supported HABCAT writing a letter. So I think it's disingenuous to then say that HABCAT supports when I'm a board member and I don't support. I laid out 3 different reasons why I am opposed to this. Based on the first one, in the appeal, the appellant is providing 20 spaces in the properties mentioned in the documents provided, along with additional 16 spaces. On the neighboring lot, these numbers are limited to the amount of parking, which requires reduction of 75%. This is very similar to the applicant's earlier appeal, about the same property earlier this year, in which the BMZA found that the appellant did not meet the burden of showing that proven that the required 97 parking spaces create a practical or difficulty or an unnecessary hardship. The not meet the burden of showing that providing the required 80 parking spaces creates a practical difficulty and an unnecessary hardship. Further, the appellant has continued to use the lots as unauthorized parking lots as noted in the resolution of the BMZA's decision from the earlier year. It's still that way. I question the appellant's conflict of 5-205 of the zoning code as BMZA 201-004889 is similar to the appeal. It states that the same applicant for the same property may not be reviewed or heard unless substantial new evidence is available. They still haven't provided any new evidence. And the fact that you say they dealt with using 1845 North Milton as a health clinic to this appeal. B, the appellant's prior applications of 1845 North Milton was received by the board on December 27th of 2017. The hearing was on May 29th of 2018 and was denied then by the board on June 21st. A year still has not passed between any of those dates mentioned above and today in the prior appeal. The conclusion of a restaurant, the application further calls for concern for me. If you're saying that you'll be parenting to or catering to the folks that are their clients as well as the community members, the restaurant is on the second floor. Can you show me where the community will be able to come in and to utilize the restaurant? Because based on the drawings, you can only walk through the clinic. And so why would we walk through the clinic if you're saying this is open to the public of the community to use the pantry? To me, it just doesn't make sense. And furthermore, I've been saying the whole entire time that please reach out to the community. No one ever came to the community to say anything new about this. We meet the third Thursday of each month, and that's a prime time, an opportunity where they could have come to talk to community members one-on-one. They haven't been there. They haven't talked to us one-on-one. And so again, we come back with the same issue to say that nothing has changed other than adding that it's a restaurant, and I'm questioning about going through an already business to cater to the people in this community. That's a concern to me. And I laid out points A, B, and C in the letter that you guys have. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rita Cruz. I'm president of Bel Air Edison Community Association. I am here today in support of my neighboring community association, Bel Air East, in their opposition. I was in the area on Tuesday, right near Turning Point, and let me just tell you that it is very congested. I locked my doors, I rolled up my windows, and I put my foot on the gas. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Denise Richards, and I'm standing here in representation of Council President Jack Young, and he stands in opposition for this project as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Geraldine Charles, and I live in the Fort Worthington Neighborhood Association. I also have residence in the Bel Air Neighborhood Association. Going up North Avenue is a mess. And these pictures that they're showing you in their protocols, the traffic is sometime doubled on each side of the street. And across the street, the sign says no stopping. And the arrow goes left to right. And there's parking over there. The cars cannot make a left turn in that far right lane. The parking is horrible up there. I just want to say this. I pass in that corridor just about every day. There was no zoning sign for today, December the 11th, until December the 1st. Today is the 11th. And I was informed that they were supposed to have the zoning signs up for 21 days. Today is the 11th. Those signs were not up. 2 signs in the front and on the other side. There was no representation from Turning Point at any of the neighbor associations. That's poor. That's being a poor neighbor, very poor neighbor.
And do you have any photos of the site with the signs not
And
up?
you know what? We don't have that, and we should have. We're definitely unprepared, because she says she lives in East Baltimore, and I'm quite sure she has gone up there, and it's deplorable. It's terrible. I have a family member that lives in the 1800 block of Moffett Avenue. You can ride up Gay Street, and those people from Turning Point utilizes the vacant houses for a bathroom, or utilize it for their other pharmaceutical drugs that they have. You can't even walk up that alley sometime because of the stench. The stench, yes, the stench. The pharmaceutical entrepreneurs that's on Port Street, Moffett Avenue, and Lafayette. Soon as those people come out of the clinic, they're getting other pharmaceuticals. That's ridiculous. They say they have security. That security does not move off of their premises. And the liquor store that's on North Avenue, on Gay Street, you can't even walk through there. It's ridiculous. And an expansion across the street, I look through here, and they say that they want 16,120 square feet for the healthcare clinic on the first floor, and the second floor, they want 9,830 square feet for healthcare clinic. That's an expansion. We definitely don't need that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Williams. Oh, do we have anybody else in opposition?
Just to rebut the community position, Mr. Ross?
Good evening, how you doing?
Hi.
Can you give me a name? And,
My name is Glenn Ross with 2 N's.
can you give your connection, your title, your occupation?
I'm a community consultant, community advocate for 40 years, been in East Baltimore all my life, 69 years this month. I've been a community consultant for Hopkins for 39 years. I sit on their research projects, trying to hold them accountable for how they do business in East Baltimore, make sure that the resources and funding come into our community and that we're on those budget lines. I've worked under CPHA, Citizen Planning Housing Association, and from working with the neighborhood organizations here in Baltimore City, I've coordinated Mayor Schaefer's Shape Up Baltimore. I worked under Mayor Duburn's, Kirk Smoke, Mayor's campaign for Cleaner Baltimore. So I was blessed to work with many of the neighborhood organizations throughout Baltimore City.
So what's your experience in East Baltimore? Have you been there?
In East Baltimore, I've been in East Baltimore all my life. Like I said, 69 years this month as a single parent. I raised 2 infant daughters and 3 nephews out of my home. I got involved in community work more so once I got custody of my daughters, because I come from a neighborhood that many of the people here are from, Fort Worthington community, where we had family values, community pride, and spiritual guidance. So I knew I couldn't raise my daughters any differently than the way I was brought up. That's what got me involved in community work for the last 40 years.
The clinic's been accused of creating and driving crime and bad activity. Based on your experience before the clinic was there, what's your view on that?
Well, it's kind of hard to kind of like pinpoint everything on this particular center or any other organization that's in East Baltimore, because drugs and crime has been in East Baltimore for decades, okay? And it creates a serious problem. In 2007, 5 of us from East Baltimore, the very active community people. We did an exhibit at the Contemporary Arts Museum that was voted the best exhibit for 2007 by the Baltimore City paper. And the title was Investigating the Creation of the Ghetto and How It's Connected to the Prison Industrial Complex. We showed how poor neighborhoods and ghettos are created, what happened, the practices. We don't tend to try to be politically correct. We're community advocates. Okay, I'm brutally honest. I believe in telling the truth, but my life is about helping people that's in need. This center is greatly needed. What is happening here has been happening over and over, that people have wrote books on it. And the same problems happen again and again, and now. We cannot stop servicing the needy people in our community who have been living in neighborhoods that have been designed to decay. We in our neighborhoods, we plan from season to season, year to year. But many of these powers that be that's here on earth, because it's the only place they're going to have power, they have their 20, 40, 60, 80, 100-year plans, and many of us who have worked in city government and with the state and with institutions like Hopkins and Micah, I'm a consultant for Micah as well for over 18 years, so I do the same thing. I created East Baltimore historical tours because I did not like the way they talk about us in a negative way. I created tours to show people that we are not the ignorant, foolish people that we claim to be. I take them into neighborhoods and introduce them to the unsung heroes, the neighborhood organizations, to get them to feel comfortable about volunteering in these neighborhoods to bring the resources and tools that they need. I created this over 29 years ago at Hopkins. 15 years ago, it turned into a job. So I'm the consultant for the Johns Hopkins University SOURCE, which is a student outreach program to bring students into these neighborhoods that's willing to work with them, that do not play political games. And most of them are in these neighborhoods, just like this neighborhood here. What I want to share with you about the importance of providing resources in neighborhoods like this is that it's about helping people and not just pushing people away like they're trash. If this center does not survive, we're going to have an increase of drug use, crime, homelessness back in these neighborhoods. If you get time and able to, go up in them neighborhoods, you're not only going to see guys hanging out, you're going to see women with children. And these people need help. Now, what I mean by help is, when I talk about poor neighborhoods and ghettos are created, my neighborhood is one of them, McElvey Park. I'm 14 blocks south of this location, okay? My neighborhood did not decay because we provided resources and tools. We worked with the colleges and universities and got the resources and tools in that people did not move out. That's why they need the resources up here in this particular area as well. President Obama said he wanted to make money available on the community grassroots level. The United States Department of Justice chose 15 cities to give this funding to. Baltimore City is one of them. We're the only neighborhood association in Baltimore City to receive $987,777,000 that we control, because we created programs and projects that's designed to help the most neediest people in our community. We want more CNN news than local news. That's what this center can do to help bring funding back into this area to help these people. If this program fails, and many people now may not realize it, this crime wave is going to bleed into Bel Air Edison. It's going to bleed into Broadway East and all the other surrounding neighborhoods. I'm in the 500 block of North Milton Avenue, and I can watch people walk from south of the Patterson Park every day. They walk past my home to go to this center for services. This is how far these people reach. So all these people just don't come here just to hang up in that area. If you look at these neighborhoods and you go from Milton Avenue west to Gay Street, majority of those houses are vacant. If you look at the houses between North Avenue, St. Clair Lane, going west, majority of them are vacant. Parking issue? What parking issues? There's no people living in these areas. If you look at Rose Street, right on the west side of the cemetery, almost all those houses are vacant. There's parking. So what is the problem? What is it about not enough parking? There's places for people to park. But we need these programs up here to help people to get back on their feet, to help get them off drugs, back on their feet, and to have the resources and tools they need to better their lives.
So you have 69 years of experience in the community, and you mentioned the decay and the creation of the ghetto. The community explained or said that the patients at Turning Point caused these issues. Is it your opinion that it's the patients, or is it the community more broadly, and the decay and the other issues that impact poverty and?
You can't blame it on no one institution, one association of anything. The city is pushing a lot of the homeless out of downtown. So these people are falling back in neighborhoods that provide services in their neighborhoods. Many of them are living in these unhealthy, vacant properties. That's where they're at. If you look at North Avenue, from Milton going all the way down to Chester Street, both sides of the street, every one of those houses in them 3 blocks are vacant. But there's people in them. They're squatters. So these people are coming from everywhere just to live. When you talk about, I took a couple notes. When you talk about the vacancy, the environmental issue, the whole neighborhood is toxic. These houses are built in the 1800s, early 1900s with plaster of horsehair, lead, and other contaminants. The whole area is contaminated. When you talk about the parking issue, we took here there, you talk about the food desert. You're right, the smack dab in the food desert. There's not that many grocery stores around there at all. And if you go into these grocery stores, you'll find out that a lot of these grocery stores are purchasing food items that's from food warehouses who have been stockpiled in the food warehouse, the Maryland Food Bank for decades. It's normally sent to third world countries. These are unhealthy foods. If you look at the so-called little carry-out shops, they're not selling healthy foods either. Now, we can't help it if poor neighbors that's designed to decay is getting poor city service. Sanitation, the police are not patrolling like they should. I live in McElderry Park. Get on Facebook and I'm going to tell you, McElderry Park, most deadliest neighborhood in Baltimore City, but yet still we received nearly $1 million because we changed the game. We provided the resources and tools that our people need to better our neighborhoods. Poor neighborhoods and ghettos are created. But because poor neighbors are created and you're taking everything from a community, the people get hooked on drugs and alcohol and you leave them there, now you're going to kick them out? These people still living in these neighborhoods. These are our neighbors. These are our friends we went to school with. If we're community leaders, we're supposed to do what we have to do to make their lives better.
So
we have,
to conclude,
yeah, thank you.
Would you agree, so would the granting of the parking variance have a negative impact on the community?
No.
And it'll improve the community?
Well, almost half the community is gone. What's the parking issue?
Thank you.
Anything else?
Close, quick.
Sure.
Keep it very quick, because I know it's late and we've been here a long time. I just want to address a couple of things that were brought up in the opponent's testimony and then summarize a couple of things. We've submitted, I think, and if we haven't, I have a copy of the sign posting certification that confirms that the sign was posted on November 19th. And you should have a copy of that in your file, but if you would, okay. So the sign, I don't think is an issue. You know, one thing that has been said over and over again is that this is an expansion of the use. It's an expansion of the services that are provided in connection with the substance abuse treatment facility, but it's not an expansion of the number of people that are going to be served. There was testimony that they serve about 2,500 people a day. That is expected to remain exactly the same. What we're proposing to provide are wraparound services, pharmacy services, primary care services, food services, to the same population so that they can get better treatment. There's been a lot of talk today, both in this case and the case earlier today, about the negative impacts of drug-addicted populations in neighborhoods. Clearly, there is an issue in Baltimore City that needs addressing. There is clearly a large number of people who need treatment and who are trying to get treatment here at this facility. We want to be good neighbors. We've implemented security measures to prevent loitering and reduce the number of people who are hanging around on the street. There is a bus stop nearby. Our patients come there by public transit. Most of them do not drive. That's been said over and over again, which brings us to the need for the parking variance. remember, this is a case not about the use. It's just about the parking variance. And really all the testimony that we've heard today has related to the patients and who's coming and going and the adverse impacts of an addicted population in the neighborhood. But in reality, there is no parking problem here. And I think that the evidence that we've submitted certainly demonstrates that in terms of the number of vacant properties in the vicinity. We're right next to the cemetery, which does not create a demand for parking. And we've demonstrated that the property meets the criteria for granting a variance. It is unique, and there is a practical difficulty created by the unique factors. The property is unique because it is the largest building of its type in the C2 district. There's nothing similar to this in the area. It was originally constructed for a use that's no longer permitted in this area. It was a warehouse building, some type of furniture, I think, previously. And that's not allowed today. We couldn't go back to that other use. Any other use of the property is also going to require a variance because the building occupies the entire lot. We're proposing to consolidate it with the property immediately south, which we own, but if we were to sell the two properties separately, anyone who came in and bought this property to redevelop it would need a parking variance. I also want to address a comment or question that Mr. Baumgartner asked earlier about whether the healthcare clinic was more intensive than other uses that might be permitted or might be used on this property. The board is not allowed to consider what other use the property might have. Whatever the applicant's proposed use is the use that has to be considered by the board, particularly when that use is a permitted use by right, which is what we have here. So in all cases, any other use would be able to provide 0 parking spaces, which is what we're providing, even if the requirements for that use may be more or less. And I think it varies depending on what that use would be, whether it was retail, office, residential. But there is case law on the fact that the board is required to consider the application before it, not some other hypothetical use. But these unique factors for the building, given its size and the fact that it occupies the entire property and it's the only thing like it in the C2 district around this, do create this practical difficulty that they cannot provide any parking on site. And then, just to wrap this up, at an absolute minimum, we're asking the board to make a reasonable accommodation in approving a parking variance to serve a protected population. There's no adverse effect of granting this variance. The testimony, and there's been a variety of photos that have been shown in the evidence that we've submitted that show the status of the streets in various times of day, over periods of time. And if you look at any of those photos, you won't see more than a handful of cars parked on the streets. There was testimony that we're going to have about 55 people on a daily basis working, staff people working in our facility. We'll provide 36 parking spaces. There is certainly plenty of additional street parking available, especially once we move our facility 1 block closer to the cemetery. We'll be up along the side where there really is no existing demand for parking along the cemetery side. It's out of the North Avenue corridor, which incidentally will also, I think, improve the number of people who are hanging around outside as they come and go from the clinic, because they'll be further over by the cemetery as opposed to closer to the residential areas off North Avenue.
Council, are there any parking restrictions whatsoever closer to the cemetery?
No, it's all just street parking. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I know we've been here for a long time, but we would request that you grant the parking variance.
Questions from the board? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. All right, let's reconvene. Next case we're going to call is 2018-387, 314 South Washington Street. Dave Tobash.
Oh, right. Last guy from last time.
How are you?
Fantastic. How are you guys? Awesome.
Let's get you sworn in.
Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Mr. Tobash, we have this to construct 2-story side addition and rooftop deck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Good. Do we have any staff reports?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
All right, tell us about your project.
Okay. Basically, the lot is a 16/6 lot. The current house now it's roughly like 10/6 inside. So I just want to jog everything out. Setback is going to be about 8 feet from the front of the building, and then just take it back. I believe the overall dimension's like 46 feet or so. It's going to applying for CHAP credit as well, historic CHAP credit, so.
Okay.
Mr. Tobash, the last hearing, there was, I believe, a community member here.
Correct.
In opposition. Did you speak with them? or
I
what was
did.
it?
I just went over the whole plans with him, and he's fine with everything.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
No? No.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, 2018-394, 403 East Baltimore Street, Lisa Ireland.
I'm waiting for Mr. Previous. I think he just stepped out, but.
Okay. Then why don't you have a seat? I'll call the next case, and then we'll call you back up. 318-395, 1441 to 1445. I've always pronounced it Hubbard Street. I know it's spelled Halbert, but I think it's pronounced Hubbard.
Depends on if you grow up at Locust Point.
I guess so. And we have this to subdivide 1441 to 1445 Hubbard Street and construct three four-story attached dwellings with front entered garages, correct?
That's correct.
Great. Let's get everybody who's going to testify sworn in.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Staff reports?
Yeah, Planning Department has received this application and reviewed it, recommends approval of the application be subject to the condition that the proposed 3 single-family row houses are completed in accordance with the subdivision plan and the development plan approved by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
And Mr. Barry, if we were to approve this, are those conditions acceptable to you?
Yes.
Great. Well, tell us about the project.
Okay, if you look at your pictures, you'll notice that the site is improved with a series of small garages. So this is an infill project that is near the corner behind the converted fire station that is quite tall in and of itself. And the site is also unique in terms of meeting parking because it does not have access to a rear alley. We're within density, and we're asking for a height variance on this and rear yard variance for a smaller setback. We met with the chairman of the city's site plan review committee early on because the city has a policy against front-loaded garages on public streets, but in this case, there's no parking being lost. All the parking is on the other side of Harvard Street. And we're providing, one reason the building is so deep is we're providing 2-car parking for this neighborhood. We met with the Community Association Locust Point Board last week. I don't know if there's anything in the file from them. They didn't express any real concerns at the meeting, at least. And I spoke with one of their board members subsequently, and they hadn't heard anything, but I don't want to represent them one way or the other, just that we met with them. These are the developers, Mike Snyder and Tom Frucci. We've worked with them in the past on infill developments in Baltimore. If you have any questions on them. We do think that the pattern of development in Locust Point, particularly new housing, has been considerably in line with what we're looking for here in this project. Both Silo Point, the new Bizzuto project, about a block and a half, 2 blocks away, all feature garage parking, 4-story buildings essentially. And in this case, we're looking for, I think, a 5-foot variance over the height. And so I think there's a 6-foot variance, I'm sorry. And primarily that's to give a taller floor-to-ceiling heights, so that rather than an 8-foot ceiling height and then some construction within that, we're looking at a height that basically has a 9-foot ceilings at a minimum, and that's just, it's a market-driven decision, but it doesn't lead to a excessively large building over the 35-foot height limit. The thing that the neighborhood was most concerned about, that some houses in Locust Point have had in the past, have been these penthouses. We're not doing that. We are providing a optional deck, which would be on the top of the 4th floor, but that's going to be reached by a stair from the rear deck behind it. So that seemed to be what the neighborhood was most concerned about, not having these penthouses stick up. It's really an integrated house. If you look at the drawings, it's very historic looking. We met with the city planning department. About a week ago, they made some design suggestions to the front, which I think are reflected. But it's an historic-looking building. We have to go through subdivision and design approval by the Planning Commission, as was noted by Mr. French, and we'd ask the board to certainly support the variance today.
But for the parking, you wouldn't need a height variance. Is that
No,
correct?
no, yeah, planning recommended because of the, I think the height, you're allowed for certain types of buildings on certain types of right-of-ways, I think 40 feet wide. Planning staff report indicates we didn't need a height variance. I'm not sure. That's, the zoning office sent us to you for a height variance. So, but planning is saying that we don't need it. That's great if we don't. We didn't frankly look at that when we submitted it.
All right.
Is required here. The rest of this neighborhood is two-story, and this building, and these buildings are four-story. Why?
Well, one reason is for the first level of parking.
Okay.
Two parking spaces essentially adds an additional story to what you would do. If we had a rear access parking from an alley, perhaps we could go for 3 stories. But in this case, the parking requirement is at least 1 space. We're providing 2 spaces. There's no way to get to it from the rear. You have to get to it from the front. When you take, essentially 40 feet or so of a garage, you're going to be adding that space up to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors.
Great. Any questions from the board?
Nope.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's call back 2018-394, 403 East Baltimore Street.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the
Afternoon.
board. Peter Previs on behalf of Lisa Ireland, who was present. Sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
Nature called.
So we have this to expand existing adult entertainment establishment within 10 to 14 Customs House Avenue into 16 Custom House Avenue. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Mr. Chairman.
Great. Do we have any staff reports?
Shall I swear the?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Go ahead.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Staff reports.
Yes, thank you. Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that this property is located in the Central Business District Urban Renewal Plan area, and in that particular district, the Urban Renewal Plan gives authority to review plans for exterior alterations and signage to the Historical and Architectural Preservation Division of the Department of Planning. Therefore, the department has no objection to approval of the application, subject to the condition that all exterior alterations or new or replacement signage are completed or installed in accordance with the Central Business District Urban Renewal Plan and plans approved by the Historical and Architectural Preservation Division of the Department of Planning. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Previs, if we were to approve this, are those conditions acceptable to you?
They are.
Okay, good. Let's hear about your project.
Okay, the existing business is owned by the entity PP&G Inc., which Ms. Ireland is the owner. She's been a tenant at the business is called Norma Jeans, and it's on the side of the Gaiety Building, which is Custom Alley, at 10 through 14 Custom House Alley, and the business has been there for several years. The occasion arose recently to expand into 16 Custom House Alley, which is immediately adjacent. The build-out is already such that there are interior openings between the 2 spaces, so no additional work would be necessary. The space is a bit of an odd configuration, but my best guesstimate, it's about 1,000 square feet. It's very narrow in the front. There is a drawing that shows 18 feet wide, and I counted, I believe, 56 feet deep. The proposal would be not to utilize the existing front door. It would be as an emergency exit or for delivery of a special item or something, but it would not be utilized as a new entrance. It is a double door, it is a tinted door, you can't see through it. There's no real plan for any exterior improvements or signage. The entrance would remain the existing entrance to Norma Jeans. The purpose behind requesting the expansion would be for special events, a bachelor party, a football playoff, possibly overflow, but the space is not that big, and it would be TVs, an additional stage, no additional bar, a little bit more existing, additional seating. There would be no additional impact as far as the people being able to see in or out, or traffic on at the front entrance of that street. It's already well policed. They have ongoing security. The owner operators are there every day, and there haven't been any incidents. I further note to the board that this would, in addition to this approval, would require the approval of the Board of Liquor License Commissioners for Baltimore City for the expansion both of the liquor license and the adult entertainment license. So it's not a done deal with this board. They would also have to agree and provide any additional conditions with regard to operation of the business.
So would the business at 16 Custom House Avenue cease, and then it will just become part of the business at 14 House?
The existing space at 16 has been vacant for quite some time. It was leased by the Hustler, which is on the second and third floors, but plans for that, years ago, they contemplated a video something facility that it turned out they couldn't do it there, so it just remained vacant for quite some time. So the landlord approached Ms. Ireland about taking over that space.
Okay, good. Any questions from the board? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. 2018-401, 5601 Wayne Avenue.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And state your name, please.
Steve Bowers.
Bowers, we have this to construct 6-foot-high fence into portion of street corner side yard. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Staff reports?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so tell us why we need a 6-foot fence.
We're requesting a 6-foot fence because if we were to, we need to go out to the side yard because of the 20-foot setback on street corners. Otherwise, we'd have to construct a 42-inch fence in that 20-foot section of the yard, which would be about 40% of the backyard. So they're requesting a 6-foot fence for safety purposes because this house is rather large. It's got 3 external entrances to the house. One is in the back, one is off to the side, and there are 4 windows because the house sits, it's kind of a half and half basement. There are 4 windows in the basement that are still accessible. So there's a safety concern for the homeowners so that people don't see these entrances, which are pretty hidden. And also the 4 windows. They've had people come up to the house and actually peer in the windows in the basement.
Okay.
And they also have 2 large dogs that a 42-inch fence would not contain adequately.
And I have this drawing here, are the sort of the hash marks, is that where the fence is going to go?
Correct.
So,
Hash marks is where the fence would go, and the portion in the back is a parking pad.
right, so it would not front on Wayne Avenue?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Strictly on Bowers Avenue. That's where we need the variances, down the side on Bowers Avenue.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Great.
What kind of fence is this that you're,
It's gonna be a 6-foot vinyl fence,
okay.
which would be solid, and that's a, you need that from the homeowners as to the reasons? It'd be a vinyl fence, so they see it as an investment because they're spending quite a bit of money, in excess of $10,000 to construct this fence.
We had some opposition signed in on this case. Is there any opposition?
Catherine Thomas?
She had to leave. Her and I talked. Her concern was she wanted to make sure we weren't building out to the curb, which we legally can't because there's a 15-foot setback that's city property. So we're not allowed to build out to the curb. And I showed that to her, and she was also concerned about the back alley, making sure that people could come down the alley and see to come out onto Bowers Avenue. But I think with the 15-foot setback, that's city property, that should be more than adequate for people coming down the alley.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks. Next case, 2018-403, 4101 to 4126 Ricestown Road. Oh, I'm sorry, that's consent. I'm sorry. Next case is 2018-404, east side of Buena Vista Avenue. Good afternoon. Let's get you sworn in. You've already been sworn in, I believe. So
Yes.
You're fine.
Okay.
Mr. Berry, we have to subdivide lot and construct 6 four-story single-family townhouse dwellings with rear loading garages and forest conservation area.
That's correct.
All right. Staff reports.
Okay, first we have one letter from 2 owners at the same address at 1407 Moreling Avenue. Because I travel for work, I will not be able to attend the meeting scheduled. I am the owner of 1407 and stand to be affected by this proposed development. The streets are narrow on both Moreling and Delwood. In fact, Delwood is so small that cars have to park on the sidewalk. To increase the traffic on these roads will be detrimental to the community as traffic is already terrible. Cox Street cuts through Moreling to Buena Vista. If this road is tampered with, our streets will be inaccessible. The preservation of the steep hill. The hill in between Moreling and Delwood is incredibly steep. The homes at the end of Delwood have already experienced flooding, and the changing landscape will only make this worse. The intersection of Buena Vista and 41st Street and the intersection of Buena Vista and Union Avenue. These roads have stop signs to direct the traffic flow. The lanes are narrow and cannot be expanded. I am particularly concerned about the additional traffic coming out of the intersection at 41st Street and Buena Vista, where there's already a line of cars due to constant traffic on 41st Street. The height of the proposed houses. This will tamper with our view and possible home values. The steep wooded hill is the only bit of natural habitat in our area. Everything else has been developed. To eat into this bit of greenery will have a negative impact on all the wildlife that lives in this small section. Also, cutting into the hill will have drastic effect on the foundations of these 2 streets. There are vacant properties, homes, they express, at both Hampton Square and Crittenton. These are new developments, which have been running empty for 2 years. There are no buyers for these homes, and they definitely do not need more such homes in this community. Does planning have a report?
Planning Department has reviewed this application, and of course this involves a subdivision, which is going to require approval by the Planning Commission itself. The preliminary plan that's being provided for review shows that there would be 6 row house lots developed out of this property. There would also be a 7th building lot at the north end of the property, and in between those 6 lots and that 7th lot would be a large 8th lot, which is designated for forest conservation. The department considers that obviously a positive because that does in fact preserve some of the habitat. With regard to the issue of the engineering for construction of these proposed houses, obviously that is going to undergo extensive review at the Site Plan Review Committee and by the other city agencies that have to review and approve the permits for the construction itself. The department is therefore recommending approval of the application, subject to the condition that all improvements are completed in accordance with the subdivision plan and the development plan that would be approved by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Great. And Mr. Berry, if we were to approve this, are those conditions acceptable to you?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So let's hear about it.
Okay. I look at your aerial photograph, and also if you could pass these out. This shows a engineered plan of the existing conditions. And you'll notice a couple unique features of this property, one of which is the topography, which is mentioned in the neighbor's letter. This is a very steep site that was made more steep when Buena Vista Avenue was cut through, I think in the 40s, and widened. And so when we met with the city planning office early on about this, we decided to not go for a multifamily project, which was, we were entitled to 18 units, but limit it to 6 single-family row houses at the southern end of the property where the grade is less steep, and one can build essentially above the grade leading up from Buena Vista Avenue. And that leaves the entire middle of the site, which is the heaviest wooded and steepest property as far as conservation, which planning has been supporting. The lot that is at the end would be, we're not asking, and we don't really asking for zoning board approval at this point. That would be a single-family detached house if it even gets to that point. And if that has to come back to the board, that would come back to the board. I want to say that the other comment in that letter, which has been a focus of the neighborhood in our discussions, if you look at the intersection of Cox Street and Buena Vista Avenue to the left of your drawing, you'll notice that Cox Street has a road, which is very informal, that comes up past a property, goes onto the property, and then connects to Moreland Avenue. That is a de facto used as a public right-of-way by the residents on Moreland to get to their property from Buena Vista Avenue. And it's a byproduct, I believe, of when the city owned all of this property, and they owned actually a property that it cuts through from Cox Street. They in effect maintained it as a public right-of-way, even though there was no easement or right-of-way either dedicated or accepted by the city. So our agreement with the Hanman Community Council and the neighbors is that we will dedicate a private right-of-way an easement on that road so that in any event there would be no interference or disruption of traffic to Moreland Avenue. We have yet to hear from the city, although we've met with them, whether they will accept that as a public right-of-way. They've been maintaining it, their guardrails along the edge of it, and we'd like to think they would, but that has yet to be worked out, and in many cases it's not material to your decision today. In point of fact, if you looked at the site plan in connection with this plan and that right-of-way, we're not having access to Moreland Avenue. We're going to have all the access on Delwood. Delwood's going to provide parking behind the rear of the properties. And the one thing I think it was given to you, but I'll show you a blow-up. The height of this, because we're building into the hill, so that the height facing the homes to the rear, or to the east really, on Delwood, are actually about 35 feet tall. But they're 4 stories facing Buena Vista Avenue. This part of Buena Vista Avenue, if you look at your aerial photo, is across from the renovated Union Mill apartment and mixed-use complex. It's also across from the Pepsi plant, former Pepsi plant, which will undoubtedly go under some redevelopment in the future. And so there are some minor variances, I think, but for the most part, the plan conforms to not just density, but height, as well as setbacks, lot coverage, in accordance with what planning is recommended. We'll have to go through, again, we've begun the Planning Commission design review process. We hope to have this, with your approval, scheduled in January. We're completing the comments from all the agencies. Nothing has been something that requires any kind of revision, so we're here today to ask for your approval of the plan.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Yep. Thank you very much.
I wanted to apologize. The owner, or the developer, was here, had to be at a meeting in Hunt Valley at 5 o'clock. He's been involved in several other major projects which has received board approval, one on Cairns Lane for Richmond American, which is sold out, And then the other is getting underway, 130 units up on the old Headwind site in Medfield. So he's well experienced with topographic challenges and working with the neighborhood. Apologizes for having to leave.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next case, 2018-406, 1020 Lenton Avenue. Munswami Alana. Great. Let me get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Nothing but the truth.
Okay. And sir, we have this to construct one-story rear addition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Any staff reports?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Okay. So I understand this is already built?
That's correct.
All right. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you did here?
I built without a permit. I didn't know I have to have a permit.
I'm sorry, you what?
I built the deck without a permit.
Okay.
And I went to the hearing, and I paid my fine, then I applied for a permit, and sent me over here for the zone hearing.
Okay. And how big was this deck?
14 by 20.
14 by 20?
14 feet by 20, yeah.
Okay.
I did not build it.
You did not build it?
No, not me.
Okay. Did you have a contractor?
Right.
Okay. Your contractor should know Baltimore City building rules a little better.
So, sir, the deck that was built, it's not just a deck, right?
Right.
What is its purpose? What is it used for?
Entertain.
Okay. Is it open to the air?
No, it's enclosed. It's an air roof on top.
Fully enclosed? Does it have HVAC?
No, nothing.
Okay. And what is it made out of? Like, what are the building materials?
Okay, I do like tile floor, and they do the wood. It's all wood, no concrete, no nothing.
I'm looking at this drawing here. Are there windows, or is it screened?
No, it's a screen.
Screen.
Mosquito mesh.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions of the board. I would encourage you, again, not to repeat myself, but when you select a contractor, make sure they understand city building codes and get your permits before you start building.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. (2018-407) 1042 Edmondson Avenue. Good afternoon. Let's get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you state your name for the record.
Engidat Hafara.
And we have this to use as 3 dwelling units, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, staff reports?
Planning Department has reviewed this application, notes this building is a large size, but it's on a relatively small lot in relation to the size of the building. Therefore, the department has no objection to approval. Thank you.
Okay. So tell us about this project.
Okay. This property is located on the west side of Baltimore. It's in Harlem Park neighborhood, and it was a 3 dwelling units before, so we wanted to continue the use as 3 dwelling units. So each floor will have 2 bedrooms. There is no addition, no extension. It's just partition framing to make 3 units.
So when we have a vacant house notice at 2017, how long has the house been vacant?
I believe it is 4 years.
4 years.
Yes.
And when it's currently set up as a 3-unit building?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the last zoning entry for this property was 3 dwelling units in 1963.
And I saw that, and nothing since then that's contrary.
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions?
None.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
2018-411, 6706 Everall Avenue.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Raise
you
your right
sworn
hand,
in?
please. You swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name, please.
Donna Beavis.
Ms. Beavis, we have this to use portion of dwelling and lot for urban agriculture, vineyard, and winery.
Yes, sir.
Great. Do we have any staff reports?
Mr. Chairman, we had not received anything from the community associations. However, the applicant earlier before the hearing did show me a letter from Harbel, from Mr. Hilliard, indicating the community's approval for this application. I'm not really sure what happened in terms of that not getting to us, but we did see it and verify it, so the community is in support of the project.
Okay.
Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that urban agriculture requires that there be an urban agriculture management plan as part of the permitting process for the use of the property. The department recommends approval of the application be subject to the condition that all improvements, alterations, and agricultural operations on the property are completed or continue in accordance with the urban agriculture management plan approved by the Director of Planning, and if a farm stand is eventually to be constructed, an approved site plan for the farm stand on the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beavis, if we were to approve this, are those conditions from the planning department acceptable to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell us about your project.
Well, I plan to have an orchard of a special apple called Arkansas Black Apple that is pest resistant, so you don't have to have all the sprays and things like that. And then as far as it thrives off of compost that's made from leaves, coffee, things like that you mix together and let sit, and you don't have to put fertilizers or things like that on it like you would normally. I also, way in the future, there's more plans. There'll be goats and things like that. And for the most part, it's covered under the plan that, under sustainment that Baltimore has put forth. And I believe it'll be a great success once, but it'll take a long time because it'll take a while for the trees to grow. And I hope to do it all there. Everything all within the confines of my little half acre and whatever I acquire along the way.
Okay.
Oh, there's going to be bees too. I'm sorry. I forgot about the bees.
There'll be what? I'm sorry.
Bees.
For honey.
Honey bees.
Bees.
Yeah.
Bees. Okay. Sorry. Every once in a while we need a translator, but that's okay. All right. Any questions from the board?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you.
Bees.
2018-413, 2106 East Pratt Street. I don't think you've been sworn in today.
I think I was at the consent document.
You were, okay. If you're sworn in, okay, let's get everybody else sworn in who's going to provide testimony.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Great. Mr. Prado, we have this to construct 3-story rear addition and use as 4 dwelling units. Is that correct?
That is actually not correct. The portion about the addition, I'm not sure how that got onto the application from when we filed at zoning administration office, and it got upstairs to the 14th floor and then onto the sign. There actually was never any plans for an addition. The proposed use is all within the existing structure. And the original proposal was to use the property as 4 units. Now that's been reduced to 3 dwelling units, and I can get into that at the appropriate time.
Okay. Any staff reports?
This might get into some of the discussion you just spoke about. From the Butchers Hill Land Use Committee, the appellant presented to our Butchers Hill Association Land Use Committee meeting in November along with the property owner. They presented plans for 4 apartment units. However, we are not informed of a proposed third-floor addition. The existing third floor of this house is already built out the full length of the first and second floors. Our Land Use Committee opposes 4 dwelling units. In his presentation, the property owner proposed a parking pad in the backyard. He described it as being parking adequate for 1 or 2 cars. The parking pad has since been installed. We believe it will be difficult to park 2 cars in the rear yard because the alley accessing it is only 10 feet wide. Last week, we received recommendations by the Planning Department in their memo dated December 5th. We agree that the proposed lot area variance is too great. The additional proposed apartment units would increase density in our neighborhood and take away from our quality of life. Our committee therefore opposes 4 dwelling units. I also have a letter from a resident at 209 South Chester. Their main point is that there's nothing unique about this property that creates an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty that would justify a variance from compliance with the code. To the contrary, it is a large house on a block filled with similarly large houses. Most of the houses on the block are uniform width and are used for single-family dwellings. Now to planning.
Planning Department reviewed the original application, which did state 4 dwelling units, and was in opposition to that. However, given that the applicant is amending the application to 3 dwelling units, and given the size of the existing structure, which is a 3-story attached row house of pretty large size, and the fact that it's currently used as 2 dwelling units, according to information available to the department, the property can provide the additional 1 parking space for the additional unit that is being proposed. And therefore, the department has no objection to approval of this application at this time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening. I'm not sure what time we are here. But and Nate Prettle, AB Associates. I'm here with Michael Shipley, who is the owner and the developer of the proposed improvements. When Mr. Shipley purchased this property, as noted in the, I guess some of the letters, it is a very large 3-story structure which contains about 4,100 square feet of livable area. The lot size being 2,000 square feet is unique in that it is the largest, along with 2108 East Pratt Street, on the entire 2100 block of East Pratt Street. You know, that is relevant to, proposed variance for the 4th dwelling unit. It's our opinion that, and we'd ask the zoning board for more of a confirmation of an existing regulation or use, more so than requesting a variance for the lot area, is that we're really only need 1,875 square feet for this 3rd unit. And so it is my opinion that we do not need a variance. In regards to the off-street parking, there was not any off-street parking provided. There was a, I guess, in disrepair parking pad that Mr. Shipley has since improved, and we can fit 2 units. And even if there are 2 parking spots, even if it was only 1, we're going from a 2-unit building that has 0 parking spots to a 3-unit building that has at least 1. And it really depends on the type of car that the tenants would have in this. And I think the size of the lot and the size of the building are important in considering the number of units that we have there. It would be different if it's a 14 by 75-foot building, but 3 units is entirely appropriate for a building of this size. And not only that, and this is not part of our ask of the zoning board, but when Mr. Shipley purchased the property, it was already set up in the condition illegally without proper city approvals for 3 dwelling units. And that's not, has nothing to do with why you're asking, but it made sense when he came, was looking at the property, and when he first engaged me to see what type of zoning approvals he may need or what he may be able to require. So it makes sense. The request for a 4th unit is that there was a portion of the front 2nd floor that would have made a very nice studio unit. After meeting with Mr. Bartram and the Butchers Hill Land Use Committee, we became aware of their opposition to it, as well as the Planning Department's opposition. Again, it was based on the, I guess, the size of the lot area variance, which it's in my opinion that we are no longer seeking a lot area variance. We reduced this to 3 dwelling units, and I think it's entirely appropriate. Mr. Shipley is making a quite substantial financial expenditure. Again, that's not relevant to whether or not he's receiving a variance. It's just he's improving what is a beautiful property in a wonderful neighborhood, and we think it'll be an asset to the community. And we're sorry we couldn't come to an agreement, but I think we're a little bit closer now than when we first set out.
Great.
Others, Michael, do you have anything else to add at this point, or maybe we'll wait to see if?
Yeah, I mean, happy to answer any questions. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for taking the time today, and you know, was happy to meet Virgil and his team earlier. As Nate mentioned previously, this was a property that I only intended to improve upon and rehab in its existing state. So I think that is the plan that we're focused on doing along here. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's hear from your opposition.
Good afternoon, evening. Virgil Bartram with the Butchers Hill Land Use Committee. Let's see, he did read into record a portion of our neighbor Mark Adams' objections, but some part of it I thought were kind of important.
Mr. Barton, let me ask you to speak into the
I'm
mic
sorry.
so for recording purposes. Thank you.
Some aspects of Mark Adams' letter I think were important. Mark was recently mugged going to his car. He couldn't park one night and had to park a long distance from home and was mugged. And he sees it as a security issue in the neighborhood. And I assure you that's the way a lot of neighbors feel about the parking problem in the area, is that you're kind of trapped in, you can't go anywhere at night, and then if you do go out at night, there's a good chance that you might have to park much further away from your home. So for that reason, you know, I think it's safe to say that, like Mark, he also said it in the last paragraph, that really any increase in a number of dwelling units tends to add more parking on the street, and I think most neighbors haven't really had the chance. We were addressing 4 units before. I might add, I'm going to introduce Dave, my neighbor. We've both been on Pratt Street. I live at 2011 East Pratt Street, barely a block away. And we both lived there for over 40 years. We first came, both of us first came to the zoning board in the early 1980s when the city and the zoning board were actively cutting back the apartment units on Pratt Street, Patterson Park Avenue, Baltimore Street. They were all, after World War II, divided into 3 or 4 apartments and grandfathered in zoning, quite a few. And so that's kind of where we're coming from, in that in the 80s, we felt it was important to drop the zoning because there weren't enough owner occupants living in our houses. And that's a concern here again today. In 2008, we had in 2005, we had almost all the houses had to be single family. And then in 2008, we had a recession. A lot of people had to move because of their jobs, and they started renting their houses. A lot of them are rooming houses now, and we miss having the full. I mean, there are plenty of good renters, and there are plenty of not so good property owners as well. But we would just like to. We're nervous about the future, that we're going to lose some more owner occupants in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And with that, I'll.
Thank you. That was actually, it's a good setup. All 3 of the gentlemen, a good setup for us.
Your name, sir?
Dave Phoebus, Phoebus. I'm right at the corner of Pratt and Chester, so I'm 3 houses away. And Virgil pretty much set it up, what we've been trying to do for 40 years. Now, there were 4 things that bothered me, that concerned me. And it was the density and the parking and the safety and the owner occupied, if you just go down those 4. And a disquisition isn't necessary right now. In fact, we were talking out in the hall about the history of 2106, when it was a single family back in the early 90s, you know, in that turnover that Virgil was talking about. And then it became a 1-in-1, you know, 2 units. And then somehow, opaquely, you know, a 3rd one sort of slipped in, but nobody was really aware of when and how and all. And that's not your concern, because that's what you inherited. And, you know, we were at peace with the 2 units, because we knew it is a good-sized house. And I'm glad to see the back of it, the parking pad. We went back and looked at that, and that's a big improvement. So that allayed some of my fears. Now, the point that Virgil makes, it's still when you have 3 units, it spreads out. Now, our north-south streets, we even tried to do diagonal parking, but on 2 of the 7 streets, 3 streets don't even have parking on them. So that throws it all to the other streets. And the east-west streets, Pratt, Lombard, and Baltimore, have no diagonal parking. So anything that gets added, and things are starting to add up. Now, I guess you have the picture, you have the house next door. We'll see how that goes, the one that's being renovated, to your west. That's going to increase things. If this went to 4, which is where I was walking in here today, it made no sense to me. Even the plan made no sense to me. The floor plan made no sense to me at 4, not to mention the lot coverage and all the rest of it. But I'm pleased that, the 3 is the amended request from the appellate. So, the safety still concerns me, because whenever you bump somebody, just like residential parking, it just goes like this, and the whole neighborhood has to absorb the insult. On my side, between Virgil and I, there must be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses now are multi that were all single family, because post 2008, 2009, 2000, things didn't, they couldn't move them, and what are you going to do? People have to deal with that. So that causes, that's not his issue. He's doing what he feels is a responsible job. But it's a neighborhood issue when you're trying to really improve an area and not allow it to slip back into blight or something like that. So I did come here in opposition to 4. It's now 3, so I'm sort of dancing here. The parking was an issue, but the parking has been been ameliorated. So I'm happy to see that. So that's where we are. I am opposed to 4, but the wisdom of the board will move forth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Mr. Prettle?
Yes, very, very briefly. First of all, I'd say I do appreciate and have always enjoyed working with Mr. Bartram and the Butchers Hill community, as well as the Land Use Committee. And philosophically, I think I agree with the majority of those points. It just so happens to be that in this particular situation, when it comes to both security and parking, this is objectively a complete improvement. We're having additional parking spots, even in relation to the number of dwelling units. In terms of security, there'll be increased lighting. There'll be people living in the building. There'll be whatever you take it to mean, a higher quality of tenant, people who are living and working in the neighborhood. And in terms of density, we brought the application into as close to compliance with the zoning code as possible. And again, it's my opinion that we're not asking for a lot area variance. And I guess lastly, in terms of Mr. Shipley's not proposing any structural work to this property. I mean, we all agree that there was some illegal work done, whether it was 20 years ago, but it's the property, it's what he walked into, and it's, he's intending to just do cosmetic, significant cosmetic improvements, a new roof, new parking pad, and we really feel that this is an appropriate project for the size of the building, for where it is, and we would urge the board to support the amended application.
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Prettle, can we get accurate plans?
Yes, that actually, I'm glad you brought that up. I think it should be.
Plans that we have in the file show a 3-story.
dwelling
Yes,
Yeah,
yep.
And 100% lot coverage, and I completely understand that that's not the proposal here, but for going forward, these follow any potential approval, and they would
Correct.
follow any permit as well. So you just have to have correct plans.
And even on top of that is that we were planning on submitting floor plans at least that show the 3 dwelling units as opposed to the 4.
Okay.
And so we'll get that to the board as
Okay.
soon as possible.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
2018-414, 226 East Lafayette Avenue. Mr. Prettle, again, don't go anywhere.
It's nice to be able to spend so much time with
Quality
all of you
time.
this afternoon.
All right, raise your right hand, split right hand. Please. swear or affirm the testimony that you give in this hearing will be the truth?
Okay, why do I have all these letters up there?
Mr. Proto, we have this to subdivide lot, use front building as office, and 3 dwelling units, use rear building as single-family dwelling. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. Do we have any staff reports?
Okay, yes, for case 2018-414, the Greenmount West Community Association writes to express the support for the applicant's subdivision of the lot to use the front building as 3 dwelling units with an office on the first floor, and the rear building as a single-family dwelling. Planning.
Planning Department has reviewed this application, and we'll make a kind of an editorial comment. If there ever was a property that's unique, this is a property that's unique.
Okay.
Simply because of the as-built conditions of the property. There are actually 2 buildings on this property. They're separated by a distance of about 3 to 4 feet. What Planning Department is going to refer to as the front building is the original house at the corner. Then behind that, in what would have been its rear yard, is a second 3-story structure with an entrance on, excuse me, on Guilford Avenue. And that is the building that the applicant is proposing to use, convert into a single-family dwelling unit. The issue that the Planning Department has with the application as filed is that if the subdivision takes place, use of the front building as 3 dwelling units is going to require a lot area variance, which the department considers excessive. The department also notes that this is a 3-story building in front, and the proposed use of the first floor level or street level of the property is an office. And it would be quite compatible with the use of other properties in this area to have a single dwelling unit on each of the upper 2 floors above that office and not divide one of those upper 2 floors into 2 dwelling units. However, that said, it's also necessary to grant parking variances for the proposed use since there is nothing available on this property or in the immediate vicinity. The department is recommending disapproval of the 3 dwelling units in the front building on the property because the amount of lot area variance that would be needed for approval would be excessive in relation to the amount required by Table 941 of the Zoning Code after the contemplated subdivision of the property is completed. The department would have no objection to approval of 2 dwelling units and an office in the front building on the property, nor would it object to conversion of the rear building on this property to a single-family dwelling. Any approvals that are granted by the board should be subject to the condition that all improvements on the property are completed and occupied in accordance with a subdivision plan and a development plan approved by the Planning Commission if the applicant proceeds with this expressed intent to subdivide the property. Thank you.
And Mr. Proto, if we approve this, are those conditions acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us about this unique property.
Sure. So as Mr. French stated, this is an absolutely unique property with one mixed-use building. It was a former corner store, I believe a liquor store at one point, with additional uses that fronts on Lafayette on the corner, on the northwest corner of East Lafayette and Guilford Avenue. As you move to the north along the rear of the property, there is a completely distinct, different style of architecture, different construction type building that's on the same lot. How they came to be built on the same tax lot is up to anyone's guess and predates most of the city records. But it is quite a unique situation. The proposal, as stated, was to use the existing commercial space, and we'd be asking for conditional use approval for a neighborhood commercial establishment as an office. They already have a tenant lined up. And for 3 dwelling units on the second floor, or sorry, 1 on the first floor, 2 on the second floor of the property. And the subdivision would result in the rear portion being rehabilitated, historic renovation, and sold as a single-family dwelling. In relation to the lot area variance, I think it's important to think of this as a single tax lot for those purposes. Sure, we're putting this new subdivision line on there, but if you were to, the lot in itself now is 20 feet by 100. It's 2,000 square feet. If you were to think of it as putting 4 dwelling units within that 2,000 square feet, that's a variance of roughly 24%. And that's not the entire reason for that's not even necessarily a reason for the variance, but I'll get into why these particular types of dwelling units are appropriate here. But it is very different to think of it as 3 dwelling units on this one portion versus 4 dwelling units on the entirety of the site, which would be the same situation whether or not the lot was subdivided or not. Whether it was 4, it could be a condominium as opposed to a subdivision, and that in itself would reduce the variance. So I think it's a little bit disingenuous to think of it as only on this one portion of the lot. I'd like Mr. Rouse to talk a little bit about why the types of dwelling units he's placing in proposed to place in 226 are appropriate versus the planning department's recommendation of 2 units. Remember, we could put 2 4-bedroom units in this, and that would comply with the zoning board, the planning department's recommendation. But Mr. Rouse has done I'll let you actually talk about what you've done in Green Mountain West and how this relates to this proposal.
Yeah, thank you for giving us the opportunity to present today. Let me give a little background here. My name is Ted Rouse. My company is called Healthy Planet. I was a former partner at Shriver Brothers, Eccles and Rouse. The Rouse part of that was me. The background here is this property was put up for an RFP. We competed amongst other bidders to have the opportunity to redevelop it. Frankly, we won in large part because we put home ownership in one of the 2 buildings, making it a single-family home. The other applicants had both buildings being apartments, and there would have been more density. So we've been working very closely with not only the seller, who is the Central Business Partnership in partnership with Johns Hopkins Future Fund, on working up these plans. They support this plan. We've worked very closely with the community organization, presented several times with them, got their approval for this 3-unit apartment over the what will be a wellness and peace center on the first floor. Dealing with therapy and mental health and social needs. And so I think there's a lot of support for the project as we're proposing it. And it is less dense than it could be, as Nate is pointing out. The reason we're choosing to have a studio, a 1 and a 2, is to have diversity of rents so that it's not like all expensive apartments. There's some that are more affordable than others. And I think Nate's making a good point about this being, could be looked at as a 24% variance on the entire lot, and the city's approach. I just learned about this. I would have talked to the planning department about it had I known that that was going to be their position. But yeah, I think so we have, in terms of what we've done in the neighborhood, we've just finished. We work in neighborhoods of, I like to say I work in neighborhoods of 70% vacancy or more. 3 projects I have right now are all in blocks that have 70% vacancy. When we started in the 300 block of East Landvale Street, it was 70% vacant. We won an RFP there from the city that was competitively bid on. We were awarded 11 vacant units on that block. There had been 2 murders within 2 blocks, within 2 years of our trying to sell units there. We raised the value of homes in the neighborhood from $285 to $385. And therefore, we're appreciated by the neighborhood because we've made it possible for other owners to sell units based on comparables that now exist in the neighborhood. And so we are also in the 300 block doing a 4-unit apartment building as well, a conversion of the old Prisoners Aid building that's been vacant and blighting the neighborhood for a long time. They went bankrupt and left the building vacant. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Sure. And thank you, Mr. Rouse. And I think while the zoning board is considering this as its own project, it is important to think about this in the context of the same way that the neighborhood is thinking about it. And this is one piece to an overall neighborhood revitalization, the majority of which is done by Mr. Rouse and some of his partners. And the 3 units are a key portion to that. You mentioned the increase in housing values due to some of the other development, whether that's seen as good or bad. This portion is able to provide some diversity to that, and that's through the studio, and that's through the 1-bedroom. And some of the support for this project through the community association is because of things like this, and how it contrasts with some of the other development happening in the neighborhood. So I think the 3 units and being a studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom are a vital part of this project, along with the standalone single family. Should also mention that you have an MOU in your file between Mr. Rouse and the Greenmount West Community Association that calls for 2 off-street parking spaces across the street. That's signed by, I think, the land use chair for Greenmount West, or the association president, as well as Mr. Rouse, and we intend that to be part of the file. And I would urge, happy to answer any questions, but I would urge the board to approve this. Again, this has been a property that's been constituting a blight on the neighborhood for years, as well as Prisoner's Aid, and we would love to see the project go forward.
Great. Any questions from the board? Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
And we are off the record.